And we're live in 3, 2, 1.
This year's been tough and confusing, but progress is moving.
Well, at glacial pace. Sorry.
But all of Australia loves you, and we'll never judge you.
You just need some space.
When you need an end to what ails you,
Call on your friends in Australia.
a pal to rely on.
A shoulder to cry on.
In Australia.
We can turn off the news. You can kick off your shoes. We'll play back your cricket.
Get ready to lose!
So throw in the towel. You can use one of ours. We speak your language.
Except for the vowels.
Yes, we know you love your fish and chips and your curries.
But hey, that's no worries.
Good cross guarantee.
Negotiating tricky trade deals is a shocker.
But look, there's a quokka, and that's what you need. A quokka is really what you need. Glorious United Kingdom. Lean on your wingmen and women. We'll clear your head.
And sausage and bread.
We'll go to the beach.
Then tuck you in bed.
Don't bite your nails to the cuticles. And with impressive marsupials. Helping the mates is a national trait in Australia. Yeah! When everything's a test, call your besties across the ocean. Sisters and brothers.
We know you think you're above us.
But deep down you love us.
You just repress emotion.
But we'll put you right. Have another flat white.
Go grab your cozies.
Your cozies, your Aussies tonight. Calling all pumps. Keep on carrying on in
So see you soon then, yeah?
1919 was an auspicious year in history. The First World War ended, ushering a drastic change in the world order. The Philippine Islands had been a U.S. territory for 2 decades and was promised independence under the Jones Law of 1916. Progressive reformers saw the country and its people as a major target for modernization, and education was its main weapon. 7 forward-looking Filipinas came together in 1919 to create a school where young women could gain the knowledge and skills that would make them modern women. Paz Marquez Benitez was the first president of the Philippine Women's College. Jose Abad Santos was its first chairman of the Board of Trustees. Francisca Tirona Benitez was the second president, and with her husband Dean Conrado, guided the school from a house on A. Flores Street to its iconic Taft Avenue campus. In 1932, the college became a university, making PWU the first university for women in Asia founded by Asians. It provided a space where innovations in education flourished, and young people were encouraged to be the best that they could be. For over 100 years, the Philippine Women's University has been known as a leader in quality education. In 1934, PWU moved into its main campus on Taft Avenue, and since the 1970s has been co-educational. Located in the heart of Metro Manila, it is easily accessible by public transport and surrounded by affordable housing. Today's PWU offers undergraduate and graduate courses in several fields of study. Its business and management programs are responsive to the needs of industry, using evolving technology for global competence. PWU graduates excel in arts and sciences, education, social work, and diplomacy. Its fine arts and music programs have produced outstanding graduates through a holistic education that treasures heritage as well as excellence. PWU has pioneered in fields such as food science, nutrition and dietetics, medical technology, pharmacy, and nursing. PWU continues to play an essential role in producing graduates who possess the skills that make them competitive in the country and anywhere in the world.
Mabuhay! Warmest greetings from the Philippine Women's University, and great morning, ladies and gentlemen, here and abroad. My name is Angelica S.A. Reyes.
And my name is Roy Cabarles. We are your conference hosts.
Today, we are very pleased to welcome you all to this very first School of Hospitality Management International Research Conference event 2021 with the theme Breaking Barriers, Surviving to Thrive Through Research Innovation, Synergism of Trends, Challenges, and Agility. This event is organized by the Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management students. We would like to extend a special welcome to our esteemed keynote speakers and panel speakers, namely Dr. Noel Scott from Australia, Dr. Alvin V. Nuki from the Philippines, Chef Elahe Furgani from Georgia, Mr. Patrick Daya from Malaysia, and Mr. Victor Juton from Switzerland. All our sought-after speakers will be formally introduced later. Please let us all give them a Filipino hospitality warm virtual applause. Thank you. And for unengaging and no disruptions of the program flow, I am sharing some web conference netiquette. We encourage all attendees to please mute your microphones when not speaking in order to reduce background noise. We highly encourage everyone to dress appropriately when cameras are requested to turn on for photo opportunities. We highly suggest all our attendees to please prepare a pen and a paper with you for your notes taking while attentively listening to all our esteemed conference speakers. Roy?
Yes, Angelica. If you have any questions or clarification during the speaker's oral presentation, you may want to please type them into the chat box. The conference host will bring them up, and we will also have time for the question and answer and open forum. Your thoughts and suggestions are highly significant to the organizers. Please make sure to answer the web conference evaluation form, which will be given and posted before we end the web conference. You will receive your e-certificate of attendance via link, a QR code, or via email. We are very thankful of your presence today, so we want you to sit back, relax, enjoy, and learn from this International Virtual Research Conference 2021. Finally, we encourage everyone to send us an email for more queries and questions about this 2 days international conference via mshrmpwu2020@gmail.com. We are very excited to have you all here in our first International Virtual Research Conference. We truly appreciate for taking time off with your busy schedules to attend our first day program.
Yes, indeed, Roy. So this blissful Saturday, May 29, 2021, it is a great opportunity indeed and a huge learning experience for everyone to listen to our stellar keynote and panel speakers from the tourism and hospitality industries and from the field of education in one event. Now, please allow me to share our web conference objectives. First, nurture and nourish continually the research culture in the Graduate School of Hospitality Management programs in order to promote evidence-based practices in the hospitality and tourism industries. Second, awareness and adherence of research protocols, ethical research practices, and explore modern technological ways for advancement. Third, embrace and utilize research in the academic journey to improve ways of teaching hospitality management education from the traditional classrooms to virtual learning classrooms. Fourth, recognize the selected alumni who have received excellent ratings in their theses and dissertations and to present their researches in this conference. Fifth, efficiently adopt the new normal best practices and protocols in the food, beverage, and accommodations industries today. And lastly, engage and learn new knowledge about research from our sought-after international speakers in the academic and the hospitality and tourism industry.
Thank you, Angelica. And now, please allow me to invite all of you for a moment of silence for the doxology.
Good morning, Lord. Thank you for a new day. Thank you that your compassion is renewed every morning. Great is your faithfulness and your steadfast love, O Lord. I don't know what all is going to happen today and how much I'll get done, but you do. So I give this day to you. Fill me with your Holy Spirit, Father. Energize me for your work, because you know how tired these bones are. Awaken me to the wonder of your salvation, and quicken my spirit to the reality of your work in my life. Lord, my mind is filled with creative ideas, but they're all jumbled. Holy Spirit, come and hover over my mind like you hovered over the waters at creation, and speak order out of the chaos. Help me to cease striving and to trust that you will give me all I need today to do the work you've given me to do. You will be faithful to complete the good work you've started. And as I step out into my day, I declare your sovereignty over every area of my life. I entrust myself to you and ask that you use me however you see fit. This day is yours. My body is yours. My mind is yours. Everything I am is yours. May you be pleased with me today. Amen.
May I request everyone to please place your right hand across your left chest for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our University President, Mr. Marco Alfredo M. Benitez, for his inspirational message. A big warmest virtual applause.
Dr. Philini Yang, University Chancellor and SVPAA, Dean Prime Abellana of the PW School of Hospitality Management, our distinguished speakers from here and abroad, members of the organizing committee, faculty, students, and guests watching on our social media pages, good morning. Regardless of where this finds you, I hope that you're all safe and well. First and foremost, my congratulations to the School of Hospitality Management and the organizers for a well-planned and impactful two-day research forum. Your theme of breaking barriers, surviving to thrive through research innovation, synergism of trends, challenges, and agility conveys a very positive and inspiring message, one that is timely and much needed in our current situation. Allow me to commend you for your careful planning and execution, even going to the detail of sending me this lei to wear for this message, and a token to remember the event by. It speaks well of the effort and preparation you've put into the event. Equally impressive is the lineup of speakers whom I would like to thank in advance for sharing with us their knowledge, insight, and of course, the unique perspective coming from their respective regions and areas of expertise. It gives me great pride to see that our speakers for this event come from all over, Australia, Malaysia, Georgia, Switzerland, and of course, from various regions in the Philippines. One of the few silver linings of this global lockdown, if you could call it that, is that it has made people more open to having virtual fora and given us the access to a host of international speakers who previously may not have had the opportunity to visit personally. A few months ago, the main concern of the tourism and hospitality industry was its survival amidst the global lockdown resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Global tourism practically grinded to a halt as countries implemented measures to mitigate the spread of the virus and prevent the entry of new variants into their shores. Millions of jobs were lost, and once bustling hotels and conference centers have been left empty for the better part of a year now. Many tourism and hospitality related businesses did indeed stop operations as a result. With the approval and rollout of COVID-19 vaccines beginning December 2020 and early this year for developed countries, we slowly started to see a reduction in daily cases and deaths. In countries like Israel, the United States, and the United Kingdom, where currently between 30 to 60% of the population have been fully vaccinated, tourism and the hospitality industry are coming back to life. And while many experts do not expect a full recovery to pre-pandemic levels for another 2 to 3 years, depending on the rate of vaccinations and mitigation of new virus variants, there is already much hope on the horizon for tourism and hospitality this early. As one of the most badly affected industries over the past year, the hospitality industry has had to rely on research and innovation in order to remain agile and sustainable throughout the pandemic. Innovations such as contactless transactions, mobile check-in, service automation, and even artificial intelligence have become the norm. Meanwhile, delivery service, curbside pickups, and digital ordering applications were what sustained many restaurants all over the world. By listening to the science on the characteristics of the virus and the manner in which it spreads, and synergizing this knowledge with innovations in technology, these industries have been able to minimize, if not eliminate, the instances for potential spread, all the while approximating the customer experience that was expected of them. And this has allowed many of them to survive. Talking about the importance of research and innovation, there is nothing more critical to ending this pandemic than the COVID-19 vaccines themselves. These vaccines are products of years and years of tremendous research and are now being put to use for the benefit of the entire human race. So while the research articles, theses, and dissertations we will be hearing of these next 2 days may not be as life-changing as the vaccines, I believe that it is the discipline and the mindset of having a passion for research that could one day lead to innovations that may be just as life-changing. I therefore would like to congratulate all our students who are in the process of or have completed their theses and dissertations, especially during these very challenging times. It takes a special kind of resilience and perseverance to do so in spite of the uncertainty in the environment. But it also shows great perspective to recognize that the pandemic, as terrible a crisis as it is temporary. Completing your degree and obtaining your education is an achievement you carry with you always. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the learnings and insights coming from the different speakers and presenters today, as well as the theses and dissertations to be presented next week. God bless and stay safe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marco Alfredo M. Benitez, for such significant and inspirational word. Truly, we are grateful for the kind of leadership you bestowed upon us that will help us reach our aspiration in life, and for your continued support during these challenging times. It is with great pleasure to have you with us for today's event. And now, to deliver his welcome message, please join me to welcome our beloved Dean of the School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Iprimuel Jose L. Abellana, also known as Dean Prime. Let us join hands together for a virtual clap.
Thank you, Roy. To our University President, Mr. Marco Alfredo M. Benitez, to our Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Felina C. Young, to our international top caliber and stellar keynote and panel speakers, to all other school deans, program chairs, and coordinators, to all graduate school faculty members, Dr. Angeline Blanco, Dr. Edgar Moreno, Dr. Jocelyn Sardenia, and Dr. Cristina Caluza, our PW undergraduate and graduate school students, all delegates from the 26 countries in attendance today, representing your schools, colleges, and universities abroad, all other college and senior high school students, all other government agencies like DepEd from other offices, and all those private institutions, our distinguished guests and parents, ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful and pleasant good morning. Mabuhay, welcome to the Philippines. Welcome to the Philippine Women's University, our 102-year-old institution of higher learning. I am very pleased and honored to greet each one of you in this virtual conference 2021, our very first. Our theme, Breaking Barriers, Surviving to Thrive through Research Innovation, Synergism of Trends, Challenges, and Agility, is very relevant, very significant, and very evident in this global health crisis today. I extend my sincerest appreciation to our international and local speakers for their generosity of time to share with us today their knowledge, their passion, their expertise, and wisdom about research in this pandemic. Our trailblazing alumni who are accommodating us and saying yes to our invitations to present orally their thesis and dissertation papers. My heartfelt thank you. In this conference will entice, delight, and will give inspirations despite and in spite of the challenges our master's students or thesis students or dissertation students today, and make them agile and resilient in their writing journey. I understand your writing journey and challenges. Right now, data gathering difficulties and barriers, but still they need to thrive, whatever it takes, and be innovative in their technical skills, applications, and of course, embracing technology. To all my graduate school students, I am with you 100% to guide and to support you so that in due time you will earn your desired degrees. The crafting of our theme today for this conference is a synergism of ideas and curiosity of my Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant students. That there is so much to talk about the research and discuss it, and that includes innovations in these unprecedented times. On the very first day of our class last April, my students are so passionately wanting to prioritize research as the core topic of this conference. And that gives them more insights and new knowledge in their one-month preparations. To hear international speakers of their experiences and awards in their doing research. My students want to learn more actual techniques, applications, methodologies in writing their thesis or dissertations more and more. They want to know about deeper the topic with regards to their conceptualizations of their thesis or dissertation topics. Know the hows, the whys, the whats, the whens of the problem. In other words, my students are eager to listen and learn the rigors from the selected paper presenters and happen to be all our alumni. And I would like to say thank you for the support of our PW Media Center. Mr. Vladimir, Mr. Castro, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Emmanuel, Madam Mahakabatuado, and Dr. Mensch Dumlao for all your technical support and assistance, and warm gestures to all of us, to coaching my students in this conference. Big thank you to our chair, Georgina Bihar, and your partner, conference co-chair, Maria Luella Lopez, and your amazing team of different committees. I salute you all, your hard work, perseverance, and service and spirit to make this conference a success. And finally, I anticipate a stimulating and productive 2 days Saturdays for everyone, because we have brilliant and indefatigable global speakers by sharing many best practices, strategies, and of course, motivations for you all. Once again, I sincerely welcome you all. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the Philippines. Welcome to Philippine Women's University. Mabuhay.
Thank you very much, our Dean Prime. The words of encouragement you imparted with us will be our guide towards our success. Your message is precisely invaluable to us. We thank you for the support, and your guidance is very much appreciated.
I agree, Roy. Thank you very much, Dean. So moving on for the presentation of the delegates, it is such an honor to introduce to you again our very own Dean of the School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Efremil Jose L. Abellana, also known as Dean Prime. So let us all welcome Dean Prime again with a warm of applause.
Thank you, Angelica. This morning is so privileged for us to have 1,780 registrants for this 2-day conference. And I'm so proud to you to say also that we have private and public institutions who are here today. And let me start with the 26 or 23 delegates from all parts of the world. Let's start with So here, as our profile of our attendees, we have educators, researchers, and lecturers. We also have industry practitioners. We have HM students, tourism students, cruise ship management students, culinary arts students, senior high school students, and of course our graduate school students from other parts of the schools and of the world, and of course our dear parents and guardians. And we also have food technologists today. Wow, agriculturists and economists, marketing professionals, early childhood educators, nurses and pharmacists, accountants and businessmen, engineers and mathematicians, clinical science practitioners, and many other professions. For our first day of the conference, we have from United Kingdom, 1 college. From India, we have 32 colleges, schools, and universities. We have from Malaysia 4 schools, colleges, and universities, and Colombo 1 university. We are from the Philippines, 60 schools and more, colleges and universities. Nigeria, we have 19 schools, colleges, and universities. We have from Nepal, 5 colleges and universities. Southern Africa, we have 1 university. In Morocco, we have 1 university. And Abu Dhabi, we have 1 university. We also have from Sri Lanka 6 schools and universities and 1 from China. We have from Thailand 3 schools and universities and 1 university from Kenya. We also have from Namibia 1 university and 5 Indonesian schools and universities. We also have 1 university from Macedonia and 5 universities from Ethiopia. We also have 6 schools and universities from Pakistan and 1 from Tanzania. We also have 1 school from Somalia and 1 university from Afghanistan. We have 1 university from Ghana and from Japan, 1 university. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for welcoming us in your schools, universities abroad. Thank you for attending this conference at Philippine Women's University, Philippines. Good morning.
Wow, look at that. Not only in the Philippines, not only in Asia, but across the globe, we have a huge participants and from the different institutions. I am personally overwhelmed by our delegates for our day 1. At this juncture, to formally introduce our first keynote speaker, I am very honored and privileged to invite Dr. Leonardo Alumni, Dean and Director of Research and Development Office, Philippine Women's University.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to introduce to you our very first keynote speaker for today's conference, no other than Professor Noel Scott. Dr. Scott is Adjunct Professor of Tourism Management in the Sustainable Research Center, University of Sunshine Coast, Queensland in Australia. His research interests include the study of tourism experiences and destination management and marketing. He is a frequent speaker at academic and industry conferences. I believe he is a very prolific writer with over 300 academic publications, including 17 books. He has supervised 30 doctorates to successful completion of their thesis. He is on the editorial board of 10 journals, a member of the International Association of China Tourism Scholars, and a fellow of the Council for Australasian Tourism and Hospitality Education. Once again, we have Professor Dr. Noel Scott, and we all welcome him virtually to the Philippines and to this conference. Professor Scott?
Hello. Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, Dr.
Yeah.
Scott.
Thank you, Angelica, and thank you very much to the Chancellor and to the Dean and to that wonderful presentation telling you about some of my background. So it's a privilege for me to be here today, and I'm sort of overwhelmed by the number of people who are attending. all of those countries, Ghana, Afghanistan, Somalia, Pakistan, Colombo, Sri Lanka, and so on. So congratulations to the organizers for a tremendous, tremendous conference. So, excuse me. So what I'm going to do today is talk to you a little bit about the effect of COVID on tourism. And so I'm now going to share my screen. Just let me know if you can see it. Let me see. How's that? Can you see my screen now? Yeah, here it comes.
Yes, Dr. Scott.
Oh, good.
It's visible already.
I worry, but great. So thank you. All right. Well, what do we talk about? COVID-19. It's a global pandemic, of course, and it has severely, almost catastrophically affected international tourism around the world. And I'll show you some figures of its effect. So here we are. These are figures in April, and I expect that nothing much has changed since then. So the effect of on the economy of the world is interesting. So before we focus in on tourism, we can think about how generally the economies of different parts of the world are being affected by COVID. And the surprising thing is that certainly there was an effect in terms of the global economy, advanced economies and emerging economies in 2020. In fact, there's been quite good growth in world GDP, for example, in 2021. So thinking not about tourism, but about the global economy, things are pretty good or reasonably good, okay? Of course, that varies in terms of a particular country, and it's perhaps to the extent to which it relies on tourism. But overall, this means that generally people have got money, which is a useful thing to think about for how the future is going to play out. But of course, in terms particularly of international tourist arrivals, we've had a significant, in terms of world arrivals in 2019, international tourism arrivals, we had a small growth, about 3.84%. That's the figure on the left-hand side in that graph. But then across the world in 2020, things went down about 73%. So 73%, I would never imagine that globally tourism could decline by 73%. And remember, it's only 73% because we actually had tourism, international tourism, in the first couple of months of 2020. So the 73% is a sort of weighted average of 2 or 3 months of good international travel, and then 9 months of no international travel. And when you then look at the 2021, and remember this is January only, so this is a particular month, we're down about 90%. So, and that January figure is probably about where we're running now. It'll be between 80 and 90% decline here in June, in May or something this year. And you can see that the same pattern applies in all the particular regions of the world. So it's not a Southeast Asia problem as SARS was. It's not an African problem as we had when there was an Ebola outbreak. This is a global pandemic, and across the globe, there's people aren't traveling. And people aren't traveling especially because they can't travel because governments won't allow them to. And what about the future then? Well, these figures come from the UNWTO. So at the end of this presentation, I've listed some resources, some online resources for you to look at. And you can update, these things are being updated. But at the moment, the UNWTO made in January, did a survey of experts around the world and asked them what they thought the impact of the COVID would be in the future. And the conclusion was that most experts don't see a return to pre-pandemic 2019 levels happening before 2023. And even now, I think that may be a little bit optimistic. So I'm personally thinking it's going to be 2024 or even into 2025 before we see a return to 2019 levels, and that's a very serious thing. So, and so this graph shows that around the world, 43% of experts say that there'll be a return in 2023. 41% said 2024 or later. Some people, some optimistic people, believe, not many, believe that it's going to be a return to pre-pandemic levels this year, which is not going to happen. So what do you do about that? What do you do? Well, so there's a couple of issues. For some countries, the effect of COVID is particularly strong on their economies. So for some countries, especially in the Caribbean and also places like Bali, which are islands where their economies are strongly connected to tourism, they're suffering. They're suffering a lot in terms of their GDP and the flow-on effects to wages and all sorts of things. So Barbados, Antigua, Aruba, Cayman Islands, they've got a particular focus to try and get something happening. And so what they're doing is they're trying to get some people. The problem, one of the problems of COVID is you could be living in Barbados in a bubble and actually have a pretty good time. But it's getting there and getting back that's the problem. So some countries are trying to attract people, what they call the global nomads, the people who could work from anywhere through the internet. So that's what they're trying to do. So they're saying, come here for 12 months. You don't have to travel backwards and forwards. Come and live here, spend your money here. And so that's one thing that you may be able to do. But, you know, it's not going to replace all international travel. Fiji, another example of a country which is dependent on tourism to a large extent, is trying to attract seafaring visitors, people on boats, who and that sort of makes sense, because to get to Fiji by boat, you would need to spend a couple of days or a couple of weeks sailing, and therefore you've effectively done your quarantine on your own boat. So therefore, if you come into Fiji and you test okay, that means that you're COVID free. And so that's another way of trying to get some international expenditure into the country, although again, it's not particularly it's not a big effect. Australia has been trying to create travel bubbles, as they say, with New Zealand, and New Zealand in turn is thinking about trying to create these bilateral agreements with some of the islands in the Pacific, for example, the Cook Islands. So the idea is that they will try to, there's a government-to-government agreement where the two countries have both got low or no outbreaks of COVID, and then people can travel between those two countries without COVID testing or quarantine. If Australia has got a very strict policy at the moment, whereas if you come from, well, there's been some cases, for example, of India, where people are required to get testing before they arrive and then quarantine when they arrive. And that sort of quite strict policy is why Australia is actually doing pretty good at the moment in COVID. But it also means that we don't get any international visitors, or very few. So good for the health of the country, not so good for the economy. Although again, as I say, Australia's not doing too bad in terms of its economy from other sectors apart from tourism. Probably more relevant to the Philippines is that there are people traveling in Australia, and I think I'll talk about this a little bit more. There does seem to be a general pattern that travelers, maybe not traveling overseas, but are able to travel within their country, often to natural destinations. And also, there's a feeling that in future, once travel becomes possible, the first people who may travel would be the early, some of the risk takers, perhaps people who are like surfing, backpackers, young people who are less subject to problems from the disease, even if they get it, and also are more likely to take risks. So perhaps once things start to get established, then the people who may be traveling first would be younger people going to undertake adventure activities or so on. The problem, one of the problems is destinations around the world, many of them are desperate to encourage people to get their economies back on track. And so they will often open up and then suffer the consequences. They're opening up too early. So Phuket, for example, had an ambitious plan to open up to tourism, and then their COVID cases spiked, and so they had to close back down again. And in a sense, that's probably worse than remaining closed, because you get everyone's expectations up and then closes. In Australia, we've had sort of similar problems even with our travel bubble between Australia and New Zealand. Every time one part of Australia has some cases, or New Zealand has some cases, then they close the flights. So at the moment, we have an outbreak of COVID in Melbourne, and that means that there's no flights between Melbourne and New Zealand. So it's a very volatile situation and a lot of uncertainty, which is, bad for consumer confidence, I imagine, because every time there's a cancellation, you've got to go through the airline, you've committed money, you've got, you're not really covered by insurance, usually, by travel insurance. And so it's a problem. Similarly, Fiji was going to try and open up, but then they had some infections, and now the place has gone into lockdown again. So volatility and uncertainty. What's happening in Australia? Well, Australia, the governments are being very strict and very active in undertaking a lockdown if they think that there has been transmissions. So I was actually just looking at the figures before this. I think in the last 6 months, or maybe 4 months, we've had 1 death from COVID, but there have been these spikes in different parts, New South Wales, Melbourne, in terms of number of cases. But generally, the governments are doing a lot of contact tracing and getting on top of the infections quite quickly. But you can do that, of course, if you have low numbers. Australia's strategy seems to be to keep numbers low so that any cases which do arise are able to be treated effectively in hospitals. And that has worked, you'd have to say. On the other hand, it means that we don't have any international tourists. The government has spent a lot of money on vaccines, and so I'm one of they've got this priority system, so I'm one of the second group of people who could get it, over 60, and so I've had my first jab. I had it about 2 weeks ago from the AstraZeneca vaccine, and my final dose is due in the end of July or in early July, I think. So there's a lot of vaccinations going on in Australia. There's some strange things. Some people feel that they don't want to get vaccinated. So those things. So although the government is being very active, I think in my state, perhaps 10% of people have received their first jab. And so that means that while the government suggests that they will have everyone vaccinated by the end of the year, that may not happen. And that means that the government is only thinking about opening up to international travel in 2022, and the longer the vaccination process takes, there'll be a delay in travel. For some of the people who are listening, I do believe that the Australian government also has got a program of providing some of these vaccines to neighbouring countries, but I don't know exactly how that works. I don't know how it works in the Philippines, for example. So then, but the next thing will be, how do you prove that you have been vaccinated? So presumably in future, if you want to travel, especially to a country which is still recording COVID cases, you will need to be able to demonstrate that you have got a COVID vaccination to get on the plane. And so that means that there needs to be some sort of system. And I would imagine the same thing is in the inbound country. So if I'm going from Australia to Philippines, the Australian government will want to know that I've had vaccinations, and the Philippine government will want to know that I've had vaccinations. And so there has to be some sort of recording, some process, international process. And I'm not sure how that's going at the moment. So one of the systems that needs to be in place is like the passport system. We need a health system. And in Australia, for example, I can print out a piece of paper that says I've had my vaccination, but I'm not sure if that would be accepted by the Philippine government. So there's some issues there. What is the impact on Australian tourism? Well, this is where it gets interesting, because you see, of course, international, these come from the Tourism Research Australia. It's an organisation that collects statistics on travel and tourism in Australia around the country. And so what we can see here is that for the years 2019 and 2020, so that's the calendar year, that's the year to December. So 2019, no COVID, 2020, 3/4 COVID. You can see that there has been a 76% decline in expenditure by international visitors and an 80% decline in international visitor numbers. So that's pretty much what we saw globally. But if you start to look then at other parts of the tourism industry, it's a little bit less dire. It's still bad, but overnight trips by Australians travelling within Australia has declined because we have had lockdown. But in 2020, it was down 40% in terms of visitor numbers, 43% in terms of spending. Day tripping, that is people taking a holiday from and returning within the same day, down about 30%. And so total tourism, 2020, 2019, was down 50% in spending and about 40% in numbers. Oh, okay, so that's good, but we've still lost half of our expenditure on travel and tourism in Australia. Remembering that for some parts of the tourism industry, this is not so good for hotels, but this may not be so bad for attractions or shopping, for example. So different parts of the tourism industry, so probably not good for flights and aeroplane tickets, but for local travel and overnight day tripping, often in the same regional area, not too bad. So then, and this is a little bit even more hopeful if you're in the domestic market. So the Australian domestic overnight tourism, and this now is January 21, the 1 month, January 21 over January 20. So this is pre-COVID to post-COVID. There was no COVID in January 20. There is COVID in 21 in January, which is a holiday month. So we're talking Christmas, New Year holidays, school holidays, and so on. We see that for many states, so the first two columns are New South Wales, then Victoria, Queensland, so the different states. New South Wales domestic overnight tourism was down about 10% in terms of numbers of visitors and about 12% in terms of expenditure. Well, that's not catastrophic. That would be, I guess, a recession type effect on domestic tourism. So if you're in the domestic tourism market, perhaps again, different sectors, but the hotel sector perhaps with some issues may not actually be doing too bad if you're targeting the domestic market. But of course, there's still a decline. And then this is we were talking globally about where that there's this interest in going to natural destinations. This is again January versus January, the capital cities were down significantly in terms of spending, but the regional areas, so these are areas where not in a capital city, was actually up in terms of domestic spending and domestic numbers. So spend was up 7% and numbers were up 1%. Well, regional Queensland was up 4% and nights up 15%. Huh? So what? This is the lockdown effect, or the closure of the border effect. People want to travel. People like to travel on holidays. They want to go somewhere. They can't travel internationally. So they're doing two things. They're traveling locally or regionally. They're certainly traveling within Australia. And the money that they used to spend on overseas travel is often going into shopping or other types of categories of spending in Australia. So our property market has gone crazy because people who were spending money going overseas are now putting their money into housing investments. What does that mean? It means, so in Australia, the economy, people have still got money. They travel where they can, and they travel to places where they think they might be a little bit safer, less in capital cities, more in regional areas. And that market has actually grown January on January. Very interesting. Now, that's just January. I don't think the figures for February have come out yet, but anecdotally, the businesses I've spoken to were saying January's good, maybe halfway into February, and then there was a decline again because the domestic market relies on people having holidays, and once people go back to work, they can't take their holidays so much. So this could be a bit of an unusual situation. We'll see. So good. So what do we do? What do we do? Well, I imagine a number of the students listening today and in different countries are thinking, why did I get involved in tourism? And, you know, for many people, especially hotels and the transportation sector and so on, things are certainly bad at the moment. I know in Indonesia, where I spend quite a lot of time, people are moving from working in tourism to agriculture to survive. Okay, so for many people, this is a survival time. But as I said, it's patchy. It's not 100% doom and gloom. There are some areas where you may be able to target. And so here are some things that you might want to think about. Governments. So in this situation, governments are critical to be able to take a proactive, role in the health sector, of course. So health and safety is predominant. And you know, there have been many publications and in Australia training sessions and all sorts of things being done to train accommodation, restaurants, and lots of service providers in how to treat your customers in a safe way. And there are all sorts of things. So hotels, they use sprays with a mist of that sprays onto your shoes and things as you walk into the hotel. That to me is wonderful because it's demonstrating to the customer that you take these things seriously. So one of the things you should be doing is not just taking all these activities and implementing them in the back room. You should also be telling people that you are doing it and proactively telling your customers, hey, we really take you seriously. We want you to be safe. So get yourself organized and promote that you are in fact undertaking health. You take the customer's health safely. Another thing that regional governments, I think, should be involved in is helping the industry adapt to new markets. So effectively, we've got a crisis, but you could think about a crisis as a situation in which you need to adapt your business model or your business to that new situation. And this happens a lot. It's not just COVID, it's all sorts of things can impact a business. Here, what we're saying is people need to reorientate their businesses to the domestic market. And those businesses that have been focused on the international market, they may have to change the products and experiences that they sell to cater more to the domestic market. Right? Now, I'm not particularly good at understanding exactly what the Filipino market wants in terms of tourism products and how that differs from the international market, but there's a market there. And so I would encourage you to work with regional governments, regional businesses, to get them to rethink how they do their marketing, what their products are, what their experiences are, and make them more interesting for local people. And you know, that's not a bad thing. I think that the lesson from Australia is we've always had 80% or 70% of the money in tourism coming from our domestic market. And it's probably the same in the Philippines. I don't know. So the idea that the international market is the only thing you should ever target is wrong. And we're seeing the problems of that now. And I think that a healthy and vibrant domestic market is the basis on which you build your international market, not the other way around. So I actually think it's healthy to start people in regions thinking, how do we attract the domestic market, develop great products for them, which is what the international market often wants to see. So it's an opportunity. That's what regional governments can do. It's also what individual businesses need to do. And of course, the other thing, and this is what we're sort of doing now, is tourism will come back, okay? It will. We see that in Australia. People want to travel. It's just when. And it may be a couple of years or 3 years, but it will come back. So what do you do in the meantime? Well, universities are places where you educate people. You can train people about their skills and upskill. For example, you know, so it's about preparing for this recovery. I know, for example, that there have been problems with Boracay. Okay, so what are you going to do in the next 3 years? Are you going to have the same problems in Boracay in 3 years' time? Or are you going to take the opportunity to fix that problem so that when tourism comes back, you've got a better product for people? Well, that's an opportunity. Smaller businesses, so there's quite a bit of community-based tourism. Small businesses working in the tourism industry, well, unfortunately, this is survival for them. Maybe you actually need to change your business to something completely different to just survive. You can use, some people are trying to, in the meantime, prepare their market for the return by developing digital experiences that promote their products. Some museums, for example, have got virtual tours. That's a good way of keeping the product in the consumer's mind. And there may be some opportunities to make some money out of virtual tours, but you'd have to be pretty good to do it. That's maybe. Tourism businesses, again, survive, target the domestic market in the next year, okay? And then you'll start to see the international market. Prepare your international market, so keep in contact with them so that they come back to you. They've got a really good reason to come back when they can travel. And innovate. We heard about innovation. That's one of the themes of this conference. Very, very good, because you need to change perhaps your marketing and your product to target this into the domestic market. So this is a while ago now, but this was from last year, but 50% of Australians wanted to travel domestically when restrictions lift. So, and the Australian government has been targeting holidays in Australia for the Australian market. So that's a shift. Remember, this is Tourism Australia. This is the organization that normally attracts people from overseas. They had to, what do they say in America? Pivot to a new reason, a new mission, stimulating travel within Australia. This is this idea of nature as being attractive to people who have, first of all, been in lockdown, so they haven't been able to get out of the house, so nature seems pretty good. And also there's a sense that nature is healthy. So think about some stories or some marketing material that you could develop. In Australia, we're doing lots of contact tracing. So that's one of the things that the government's spending a lot of time on. There's lots of legal issues here in terms of COVID, and this is a negative for travel, because people, if they book a holiday or book flights or something, they may or may not be able to get a money back. Often people will provide a credit note or a voucher, but maybe I'm not sure exactly what the customers think about that. Organizing promotion. So this is, to me, an opportunity to turn a negative into a positive. So regions need to attract the domestic market. And often regions don't work effectively together. They don't collaborate together. I think there's an opportunity to encourage collaboration by joint, what I would call cooperative promotion of a region, say in the Manila market. So try and use this crisis as an opportunity to encourage collaboration within a region. Do you understand? Get these operators who often hate each other, sorry, to perhaps start to think about, in a crisis, working together. And that can be a good long-term thing. And governments can play a role in this too. Keep communicating, focus on emotional messages, do training. This is the Australian Tourism Expert Council, who are doing lots of virtual online training. It's a great opportunity. These are digital experiences, so you can go and have a virtual tour of the Louvre, if you like, or perhaps a museum in the Papua New Guinea or something. So interesting. They don't charge for these. These are free, but they are ways to keep in contact and make people aware of the product. And I think my own feeling is if you've seen something digitally, you may be more likely to go and see it again in the person, but that's a question. So innovation, there are many different types of innovation you can undertake. So you can target different markets. So maybe you need to go, this is a time to offer the domestic market, sustainable or organic food. I don't know. What are the trends that you want? Maybe it's themed experiences or different markets. Or in terms of innovation, there's certainly a need. Well, we've seen it in Australia. On my phone, I have to check in whenever I go to a new restaurant or something. So all of that, backroom apps perhaps can be developed. So there's some backroom things that you can do and develop process innovation. More generally, in terms of innovation at a time like this, in terms of crisis or in general, everyone should always be thinking about innovation. It's not a thing that only happens when there's a big change. Most innovation is incremental, a small change, and arguably should be happening continuously. So don't think about innovation as something that happens once. If you do that, you tend to suffer from what they call strategic drift. The market goes this way, your product stays the same, a gap develops, and people go to your competitors. So you need innovation. And again, you need a business plan, of course. Every tourism business needs a business plan. And today, in a crisis, we just need to update it, change it. So I'm hoping. So in summary, and I hope I haven't talked too long, how have I gone? COVID, you need to respond to COVID in terms of perhaps the health side, but then think about getting some higher value, lower volume experiences for the international market, training, product development and planning for the domestic market, develop your systems. That's something that they seem to be focusing on, linking academia, government and community, perhaps for promotion, and international travel will return. I've said 2022 when I was being generous, maybe 2023 or so now. So this is the Chinese character for crisis, which means problem and opportunity at the same time. So perhaps focus on some of the opportunities. Here are some resources that you might want to use. There's all sorts of different things online. Certainly the UNWTO recovery tracker is very useful because they update it. You can see how things are going, policy, how to deal with COVID and stuff. So thank you very much. That's my talk, and I apologize if I've gone too long. I just get very excited.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noel Scott, for that gripping and inspiring speech for all the students, learners, faculty, and industry practitioners who are with us present in this conference. Indeed, this pandemic made a drastic change in the tourism and hospitality industry and the rest of the industries as well. So I do believe, and I know everyone will agree with me, that collaboration and innovation is what we need right now. So as what most of the people say, this is just temporary and everything will go back to normal. All right, Roy?
Yes, Angelica. Now, let us call on Dr. Iframel Jose Abellana and Georgina Bihar, the conference chair, to award the plaque of recognition to keynote speaker Dr. Noel Scott.
Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Angelica. Madam Chair, Georgina, please.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Roy and Angelica. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to present to you the citation of our token of appreciation. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management awards this plaque of recognition to Dr. Noel Scott for imparting his invaluable insights, knowledge, and wisdom as keynote speaker in the first School of Hospitality Management International Virtual Research Conference with the theme Breaking Barriers, Surviving to Thrive Through Research, Innovation, Synergism of Trends, Challenges, and Agility. Given this 29th day of May 2021 at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila City, Philippines. Signed by our very own Dean of School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Efraimel Jose L. Abellana. Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Scott. Thank you, Georgina.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc.
All right. Thank you, Dean Prime and Georgina. Thank you, Dr. Scott. Moving on, to formally introduce our conference second note speaker, may I invite our Dean, Dr. Iframel Jose Abellana, to introduce our second keynote speaker.
Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Roy. Good morning again. Our second keynote speaker is the current district supervisor of the Department of Education in Region 3, Malolo City, Bulacan, Philippines. He is a professional lecturer in graduate school and a consultant. He is also connected to different professional affiliations, one of which is being a Pahokawa accreditor. He is also a frequent keynote speaker and organizer of academic and industry conferences. He was awarded as the Outstanding Asian Researcher by the Philippine Association of Institutions for Research Incorporated in September 2019 and a recipient of Gawa Dangal ng LIPI 2017 sa Larangan ng Edukasyon by the Provincial Government of Bulacan in September 2017. He was able to present his papers not only here in the Philippines, but also in other countries. He provides schools and learning centers in a district with relevant and timely service through the conduct of instructional supervision, provision of technical assistance, and school management and curriculum implementation, establishing a conducive physical environment for learners and school workers, sustaining strong and harmonious partnerships and collaboration among stakeholders in order to improve access to and delivery of quality basic education, and providing technical assistance in improving the school's research culture. He has a total of 65 international research publications and citations. It is my honor to welcome Dr. Alvin V. Noque from the Philippines to present Research Best Practices and Ethics in the Advancement of the Digital World. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Noque from the Philippines. Sir Dunghe? Okay, sir, thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you. I hope that my internet connection will be okay. Wait.
Of 9:57 a.m., we already have 1,910 registrants. I hope everyone is enjoying this first international research conference. So how's everyone? Roy?
Yes, Angelica.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty with my internet. Can you hear me?
Yes, Doc, we can hear you.
Yeah, what about my camera? Is it okay? Parang naghangin laptop ko. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Yes, we cannot see you, but we can hear you po, Doc.
All right. Siguro for the very kind introduction. No, that was very overwhelming. They might expect too much from me. All right, to our beloved university president, Mr. Marco Alfredo M. Benitez, the dean and professor, Dr. Efraimel Jose Abellana, who I think is very innovative in his class, no? Because I think this is a class-based class initiative, no? And the dean and director of Research and Development Office, I saw him a while ago, Dr. Leonardo Munalim. And the PWU professors and administrators, my co-keynote speaker, Dr. Noel Scott, your sharing was very informative, especially in the area of COVID and hospitality management. My co-keynote speakers, of course, panel speakers, dissertation paper presenters, dynamic and innovative working committees of this first international virtual research conference headed by the conference chair, Ms. Georgina Behar. My advanced congratulations to the team and to my good friend, Miss Angelica Reyes, my kumare. Thank you for actively updating me about this event. No? To all the international research scholars all over the world, this is a worldwide research endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant and a positive but non-COVID day to all of you. So the topic that was given to me is about, can you help me play the PowerPoint, please?
Yes, Doc.
Thank you so much.
Our team is already working on it.
Thank you, thank you. Naghangin laptop ko. Siguro kakahintay ko naghangin laptop ko.
No worries about it. Our team is ready po to assist you, Doc Nuki.
It's okay, it's okay. Yeah. So the topic that was assigned to me, and I hope that I could give justice to the topic that was given to me. It's about research-based practices. I'm sorry. First slide, please. Is that, paki slideshow para mas malaki sana. Kasi I'm using cell phone. Slideshow, please. Yeah. The topic that is given to me is about research best practices and ethics in the advancement of the digital world. So I'll be dividing my discussion into two. This is about research best practices and, of course, the ethics in the digital world. So please maintain the first slide. I'd like to say something about the first slide. So the challenge posed by the necessity of transformation, of course, the second slide rather, everyone is aware that we are in the transformation that is evolving and giving us opportunities to create a digitally transformed organization, one which is hyper-aware, predictive, and agile, all reflective of the flexible dynamism within the bureaucratic mechanisms in the business, communication, and educational organizations as a whole. Next slide, please. No leader desires and moves the organization along the path of downsizing and closing, even in hospitality management. Everyone would like to go back to the normal situation. Moreover, leaders and administrators avoid and prevent the swing of their institution to the technologically disenfranchised population in this what we call digital divide, as disadvantaged by the information elite. Next slide, please. My discussion on the digital research is not limited to academic institution alone. It encompasses business in consideration that educational institutions, whether sectarian or non-sectarian, public or private, entail the interplay of business and economic principles and concepts. Do you agree? It also encompasses communication in consideration of the leadership strengths and skills empowered by good interpersonal communication as well. Thus, allow me to present digital transformations from the education sector and later on, research perspectives. Envisioning researchers, all of us would like to become researchers, or all of us are already researchers from all walks of life, of diverse cultural background, because I heard from Dr. Ibrahim that the participants are coming from the different parts of the world. So we have diverse cultural background with access to boundless educational opportunities without geographical limitation, set the tone of a dynamically challenging education of the 21st century. And we are now in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. And we must be preparing ourselves for the forthcoming Industrial Revolution 5.0. The borderless education allows students from the Philippines to co-learn with our experts from Australia, Thailand, Taiwan, the United States of America, and pursuing to open more doors for our researchers to reach far and wide. Next slide, please. Stepping up on the vision means actualization and encouragement. Educational leadership forged towards the actualization of the vision, coupled with the encouragement conveyed to the stakeholders through the programs and activities of the academe. That's why when we are in the graduate education, the academic programs must be research-based. We must immediately respond to the relevant needs of the times. Thus, these barriers are totally transformed into opportunities that fortify the immediacy and relevance of innovations of the educational system. So we will transform this pandemic, this negative situation, into a positive one by making ourselves research productive. Time is a student's choice, and teachers facilitate the accomplishment of routine class activities and periodic projects as well as examinations online. With this distance requiring physical appearance in learning is replaced by another educational milieu, which is virtual and technologically savvy world of the millennial, nandun po ba tayo? Or Generation Z learners. So mamili na lang kayo. Wala pa naman siguro dito ang baby boomers. Next slide, please. So, can you skip that slide muna? Kasi yan yung aking pinalitan. In-interchange ko lang. So, two of the most known ranking systems are namely academic ranking of world universities, or ARWU, and World University Rankings, or WUR, being the obsession of 17,000 higher education institutions worldwide to be ranked in the top 100, no, stated by that World University Rankings. That's why the question now is, why do we need to publish in international journals? That is the relevance why we need to publish, because in the future we would like our school to be placed in the top 100 or the top 500 world university rankings. On the institutional perspectives, kindly click the PowerPoint, please. Next, please. On the institutional perspective, however, these ranking platforms had indirectly created a healthy competition. I'm sorry. Ano pa rin? Previous slide pa din po. Previous slide pa rin po. Yan. Because I will be discussing that publication is important. That is the research best practices. If you would like to have best practices in research, you need to disseminate your research paper through publication. Because by publishing our research papers, that's the only way that research scholars, even abroad, can utilize the findings of our study and later on can be cited by future researchers. So this is now one of the criteria of being recognized as research university as opposed to being a teaching university. In addition, our government has to allocate a large amount of funds to support the research university to continuously produce innovations and quality research outputs. These systems had encouraged HEIs to set strategic goals to strengthen their research capability and intensify their productivity. Research publication is the most commonly shared criteria used among ranking and rating instruments. That's why, as early as today, I'd like to congratulate the Philippine Women University, especially the College of Hospitality Management, for taking an initiative to value, to give you the value of research publication. Now, please go back to my previous slide. Speaking of research publication, there are different steps that are involved in the conduct of research publication, and this is what we call the 21st century research publication. There are 5 phases that are involved for you to be able to conduct a quality and scientific publishable research paper. These are conceptualization phase, design phase, empirical phase, analytical phase, and dissemination phase. Of course, in your methods of research classes, you are taught about the conceptualization of your paper, how to design your paper, how to gather data, and how to analyze the findings of your data to come up with a valid and acceptable conclusions or generalization. But what I would like to highlight is the dissemination. That's why the The issue now is either you publish or you perish. However good you are, in whatever field you belong, especially in the field of hospitality management or whatever discipline, publication is one of the most important element of the research process. We should not be putting our research papers in the library gathering dusts. They must be known, no, worldwide through publication in internationally reputable journals. These international journals would look into the ethics in the conduct of research. That's why I'm very happy that there is a connection between best research practices and ethics that you gave me, the topics on best research practices and ethics in the digital world. I could see the connection. The conceptualization of the topic was excellent. I'd like to congratulate whoever conceptualizes that that theme that was given to me. Next slide, please. So speaking of ethics, so I'm done with that. We need to publish in international journals for us to disseminate the findings of our study. Especially now that we are in the pandemic, students are not allowed to go to the library. So therefore, what should we do? We should be visiting Google or online world. In fact, one of the most acceptable online page is the Google Scholar. Nawala po yung PowerPoint ko. Can you please project? Can you please flash back my PowerPoint?
Yes, Doc.
Would have an access on your research paper, and if they find your research findings relevant to their current research, your paper will be utilized. Your findings could be cited. So there comes citation. So publication is one thing, but citation is another thing. So you need to publish first to be present online, so that you are available online, and then after that, that is the time that you will get citation. There are so many sleeping giants in the Philippines. They're very good in research. However, they failed to publish their research papers. No, in Tagalog, wag po tayong maramot. Let us share the findings of our research paper so that other researchers would be able to use the research paper. And if you would like your paper to be published, they will also be, the committee, the review committee would also be reviewing the ethics component of your paper, or the ethics in research. This is the moral principles in guiding, in doing research papers. That's why for every institution, just like what Dr. Ephraim well said, I'm one of the PACOCOA accreditors involved in evaluating the research capability of the institution. One of the things that I would always look is the composition of the research ethics committee, because they set the moral principle or norms that are used to guide moral choices of behavior and the relationship with others. That's according to Bloomberg et al. In 2005. Next, please. So there is this what we call the Nuremberg Code. I don't know if you are familiar with this. Just to make a summary, that when you conduct a research, there should be a voluntary consent of the human subject if there are human beings to be included in the paper. Next, please. There should always also be the experiment. If there will be experiment, the experiment should yield fruitful results for the good of society. No, meaning to say that you should be producing good or not producing harm. Next, please. Experiment about sorry, ang liit ng laptop ko. Experiment should be designed on a knowledge of the problem under the study that the anticipated results will justify the performance of the experiment. So you should be gathering what is supposed to be gathered only. So that is the purpose of ethics. Next, please. No experiment should be conducted where there is a priori reason to believe that death or disabling injury will occur. Of course, you will not be criminals in the future. Next, please. Yeah. In addition to that, the degree of risk should never exceed the humanitarian importance of the problem to be solved by the experiment. There should be adequate facilities that be provided to protect the experimental subject against even more remote possibilities of injury, disability, of death, and that the experiment should be conducted only by scientifically qualified persons. But I think in your case, in the field of hospitality management, you will not be conducted. Do you conduct experiments? Yes or no? Experiments that will involve human beings?
We're mostly Doc Nuki about the operations and the cases in the hospitality industry.
Okay, so this is also applicable to you. And
Yes.
therefore, the researcher must be prepared to terminate the experiment at any stage if he has probable cause to believe that a continuation is likely to result in injury, disability, or death to the experimental subject. Thank you so much, Ms. Angelica, for that response. Next, please. So there are types of research involving ethical risks. One of them is vulnerable groups. So whenever we conduct research, I'm suggesting that we do not allow vulnerable groups to be part of our research. These vulnerable groups, such as children and young people, those with learning disabilities or special needs. Next, please. Sensitive topics should be taken, should be considered in your paper. These are sexual or illegal activities or people's experience of abuse or violence. The element of deception, such as covert observation used without a participant's full or informed consent. Therefore, when you conduct research, and if you would like to become international researcher, when you conduct research, there should be an informed consent that will testify that your respondents are not forced and they voluntarily participated in your research paper. Next, please. Activities leading to stress, anxiety, or humiliation amongst target groups. So these are the types of research involving ethical risks. And you must remember this, and you must avoid this kind of risks. So therefore, next, there are ethical principles in the digital world. 4 lamang po ito. First, avoid harm to participant and produce benefits. Second, ensure informed consent of participants. Next, respect the privacy of participants, because all of us are aware that there is what we call Data Privacy Act that was developed by the National Privacy Commission last 2012. So if the informations are personal and sensitive, we not put them in our research paper. And of course, number 4, we avoid the use of deception. Next, please. So how to avoid harm? In avoiding harm to the participants, the participants must not be embarrassed. They must not feel that they are embarrassed during the conduct of research paper. Next, please. They must be not be ridiculed, belittled, or generally subject to mental distress, anxious, stressed, of course, I mentioned that a while ago, and subject to negative emotional reactions. So remember this, these negative emotional reactions or experiences must not be experienced by the respondents, because once they experience this, they have the right to sue the researcher because they felt that you produce harm to them. Next, please. Hence, research should produce positive benefits. What are these positive benefits? One, adding to human knowledge. When you do a research paper and it added new knowledge to the body of literature, then that is a very good benefit. Yielding accurate and valid results. You have to ensure that when you gather data, you are providing data-based, no, evidence-based research, not gossip-based researches. Providing feedback to respondents, if possible, to promote greater self-understanding if desired. Next, please. Number two, you have to ensure informed consent of the participants. Next, by way of explaining to them, you have to explain to them the aims of the researcher, of your research, who will be undertaking the research of your research, the respondents of your research, who is being asked to participate, what kind of information is being sought, and how much of the participants' time is required. So those are expected of the informed consent if human beings are the participants of your research paper. You also need to ensure informed consent in continuity if, next please, the participation in the study is voluntary. If your participants do not want to participate in your research paper, then you are not supposed to force them. So if there are panel members here and there are mortality rates during the conduct of survey of research, it is understandable, no, that there are some mortality rate if the participants do not want to participate in the research paper. That responding to all questions is voluntary. That in the conduct of research, if they felt that they are being harassed, if in case that there are informations that are too personal that they do not want to divulge or to give you, you have to respect that. You also need to put in your informed consent who will have an access to the data once it is collected, no? Because there is what you call data privacy. You have to ensure the anonymity or confidentiality of the, yun na yun, anonymity of the data that you will be gathered, and it must be preserved. You must also explain in your informed consent who should it be returned and by when. Next, please. The third part is respecting privacy. Respondents must be given informed consent. I mentioned that a while ago already. Respondents have the right to withdraw at any time. By the way, informed consent would mean signing a paper, no, that he or she voluntarily participated in your research paper. So the data, either in electronic or in manual forms, must be kept securely. No one must have an access on the data that you gathered for your paper to be ethical in nature. Next. The fourth part is you avoid deception. When you say avoiding deception, this would mean openness and transparency. As early as before the beginning of the research, you must explain the objective of your research paper. The respondents must know the main objectives, including the methods that you will be employing. Either you will use online form. By the way, during this pandemic time, face-to-face data gathering is not allowed. Therefore, you must explain to them that you are going to give them digital form or Google links or Google Forms. And the uses of your data, no? Saan mo gagamitin? To what benefit will your research? I mean, what are the benefits of the data to your paper? You know, you need to explain that to them. Next, please. You must also explain the role of respondents, including time and any other commitments. Because when you data gather, they will be giving you their time, especially if your instrument, especially if your interview will be lengthy. You must explain the amount of time that they will be committing to you to avoid deception. Baka mamaya you tell them it's only an hour interview, but it already included a day interview. Okay, next please. So the question now is either you publish or you perish. Because research publication in internationally refereed journal that is ethical and conforms with the demands of industrial revolution are what I call research best practices, no? Because that is the topic given to me, I'd like to highlight you need to have ethical research paper, and that paper must be producing what we call research best practices. And I'd like to give you, since I was invited at PWU, some reminders about publishing your research paper or doing a publishable research paper. Let us start with letter P. P, provide time for research. You cannot write, a research scholar should allot time reading, because you cannot write something if you have not read anything yet. So if you do not have time, then you do not do research. If you encounter research subject, you must provide time. Because for you to be able to write a scientific research paper, you must read a lot of literature. Scientific research paper would involve evidence-based writing. And evidence-based writing would mean writing research paper that are based on literature. So meaning, you need to download and read the research articles found in EBSCO-host if you have that in your school, Sage, or kung wala ka namang EBSCO-host and Sage, you have this what we call DOAJ, or Directory of Open Access Journals. You need not to have an ID and password. But for EBSCO-host and Sage, if you have a subscription, then you need to have an ID and password. That's letter P. Again, you provide time for research. You cannot write something if you have not read anything, and therefore, you need to provide time for research. Next, W. Research is demanding because it will require a lot of time. So therefore, there must be a work-life balance, no? So while you are doing research, after getting tired of writing, take good care of your mental health as well. Especially during this time of pandemic, mental health is very important. You will not be doing a very good scientific research paper if you are mentally distressed. You must be focused, no? Especially during this time of pandemic, that we are experiencing so many problems. Problems on COVID virus, on COVID, problems on the vaccination, problems on internet, connectivity, just like now, problems on technology, etc., etc. So you must have a work-life balance. You socialize, no? Because when you socialize, you unwind. But please be reminded that when you socialize, you follow the heightened health protocols. That's a reminder to everyone. And lastly, PWU, unending search for knowledge and skills regarding the use of various softwares, namely SPSS, Grammarly, PlugScan, etc. Especially now that we are in the digital world, that face-to-face is not allowed, we must be familiar or skillful with those different softwares. No? 21st century researchers are skillful in navigating various presentation platforms. Kaya lang right now, I am skillful on the use of Zoom. Siguro Google Meet, ngayon pa lang, first time. And meron din tinatawag na Microsoft Teams and etc. There's so many platforms. But whatever platform is that, for as long as you are familiar, then you belong to the 21st century research circle. So I think that is PWU. The theme now of PWU is either publish or perish, because we do not want our research papers to be gathering dust in the library. And as research scholars in the graduate education, remember that graduate education is the apex of education where majority of quality researches should be emanating. No? These publishable research papers should be culled or should be produced by graduate education. So either you publish or you perish. Because if you publish, after some time, even after your death, wag naman sana ngayon, even after our death, we will still be remembered in Google, no? In the Google world, in the digital world, because we were able to contribute to the body of knowledge. That's the best research practices. When we are able to contribute to the body of knowledge, when we are able to share the findings of our research papers, that becomes best research practices. That's why in the Philippines, there are few universities who can emerge, who can join the top 500 or top 1,000 world university rankings. Why? Because of this, what we call research publications. And research publications is not only the function of the graduate students, but this is also the function of the graduate school professors and administrators. So with that, thank you for your kind listening, and a very good day to all. Maraming salamat po.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Alvin Nuki, for that very informative speech and for sharing your expertise and perspective about the research, best practices, and ethics in the digital world. We are very grateful for your guidance about the influences and factors on what makes a truly great researcher. I know everyone will agree with me that we are all looking forward to have a great research paper in the future. Again, truly technological advancement can help support, innovate, and accelerate the achievement of each and everyone. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Nuki.
You're welcome.
All right. May I invite again Dean Abellana and Georgina Bihar to award the plaque of recognition to our second keynote speaker, Dr. Alvin Nuki.
Thank you so much, Roy. Thank you, Roy. Georgina, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you so much, our speaker. Once again, it's more than an honor to read the citation of our token of gratitude. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management awards this plaque of recognition to Dr. Alvin D. Nuki for imparting his invaluable insights, knowledge, and wisdom as keynote speaker in the first School of Hospitality Management International Virtual Research Conference with the theme Breaking Barriers, Surviving to Thrive Through Research, Innovation, Synergism of Trends, Challenges, and Agility. Given this 29th day of May 2021 at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila City, Philippines. Signed by the Dean of our School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Raymond Jose L. Abellana. Once again, thank you, Dr. Nuki.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean
Thank
Prime.
you, Doc. Thank you, Doc.
Chair Georgina.
All right, great. So may we request a photo op with the speakers and the committees as a remembrance for today's very important event. So please, let us, everyone, please.
Thank you so much.
Much, Doc Nuki, and thank you very much, Dr. Noel Scott, our morning keynote speakers.
Okay, for this morning session, synthesis, may I invite Jason Robert Santos. Sir Jason.
Thank you, Sir Roy. Good morning. For our synthesis this first half today, President Benitez's message is very inspiring that it taught us on how to adopt to new direction with corresponding ingenious propositions. Online learning is an opportunity to welcome international speakers, despite the face-to-face restrictions, where they will be able to share their expertise and knowledge with every part of the world. Dr. Noel Scott from Australia mentioned that the tourism industry in all parts of the world declined due to the pandemic. Now, Australia set policies and restrictions to sustain the balance of the circulation of money for continuous development. So consumers like international and local visitors decide and choose destinations with proper planning of safety and management to avoid the COVID-19 virus. Dr. Scott mentioned confidently that the tourism industry will come back with better products and effective marketing campaigns to cater to the market. Also, our second speaker for this morning, Dr. Alvin Nuki, stated that research is one of the keys to end COVID-19 that will benefit the whole world. He stated that publications are important for universities that include experiments that will study the moral principles and behavior of one's society. Dr. Nuki also added that publications must cover contemporary topics, gathering target groups who will be beneficial for all publications. Thank you, Ms. Angelica.
All right, thank you very much, Jason, for that comprehensive and well-delivered synthesis of today's morning session. This morning's presentation was truly filled with renewed research ideas and practices and would surely be beneficial to everyone. So before we formally continue to listen to our esteemed panel speakers, I invite you to our generous sponsors audio-visual presentation for the Sponsors Hour. Angelica?
All right. So, hello to all future patriots. Philippine Women's University is open to all students, applicants regardless of religion, race, or gender. Every applicant is considered individually in a holistic assessment using all the information available to us. You are capable of achieving what you want. So here at PWU, we ignite the passion within you. Pre-registration for the first trimester school year 2021-2022 is now ongoing. For immediate assistance, kindly send an email at admissions@pwu.edu.ph or you may call 63956-889-8488 or 63956-675-4232 for Globe subscribers and 63928-339-5341 for Smart subscribers. You may also want to visit our official website, pwu.edu.ph. Thank you. And again, Roy and I would like to thank everyone for being with us this morning's session. Be sure to be back and join the conference link before 1 p.m. for the continuation of the program. Again, have a virtual and wonderful lunch. Thank you, everyone. Have a safe day. God.
A company headed toward the world with the right principles. A company that grows with its customers and shares generously. We are Atomy. Atomy, which has been growing ever since its establishment in 2009, achieved 1.9 trillion Korean won in global sales in 2020 and surpassed 15 million global members. Atomy's #1 goal of going beyond customer satisfaction to customer success continues to be a top priority to this day. Providing good quality products at reasonable prices. Atomy's competitiveness lies in the nature of its distribution. The absolute quality and absolute price product philosophy that Atomy has practiced since its inception is included in all of its products, including health functional foods, beauty, living, food, fashion, and home appliances. Atomy provides absolute quality and absolute price products to the world. A company that keeps to its principles and creates new distribution cultures. A company expanding globally with the trust of people around the world. A company that dreams of customer success beyond customer satisfaction. We are proud Atomy.
Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is a duly registered private-owned company conveniently located at Unit 21, ground floor, Dahlia Commercial Complex, Dahlia Avenue, corner Rolex Street, West Fairview, Quezon City, Philippines. Sargent's goal and principle is adherence to the customer satisfaction, service quality, and on-time delivery of medical supplies and hospital equipment nationwide. Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is associated with high-quality products from the different countries like the United States of America, Japan, Germany, Republic of Taiwan, and Republic of China. Because of Sargent's strong commitment to patient care and customer service, their customers are delighted with their products and services intended to boost health and wellness, as well as to uphold the total health care and well-being of the members of the family, medical practitioners, medical students intern, health and allied students, university and school clinics, hospital, and other medical institutions. Because of Sargent's strong family ties and assurance of always be there in all times, Sargent believes on. We care for your family and loved ones. It emanates from the management down to the staff of Sargent and associates. Products and services that Sargents give to their dearest customer for a total wellness with a compassionate heart. It is a new line of retailing and reselling the medical and healthcare products. Sargent's products are marketed strictly in accordance with the Food and Drug Administration standard. Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment, we care for your family and loved ones. Call us at 986-9707 or 0905-295-1432 or 0908-610-7571.
Greetings of good health from Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment. School of Hospitality Dean Dr. Prime Abellana, Executive Pastry Chef June Muhammad Victoriano, the overall chair of the first virtual skill competition. To the faculty members, the judges, the student officers of comms, led by Audrey Castro, the new president, the contestant who did an awesome and fantastic job, to the parents and guardians who are so proud of their children, and to all the Philippine Women's University Hospitality Management students. Congratulations and good job to all. Dear contestants, the excitements and the pressures of last week's competition was indeed a magnificent accomplishment in your life. Continue your journey and never stop improving yourselves. Never quit in joining competitions. Use the technology wisely and learn new skills, especially in the hospitality industry. Hone yourselves. Motivate yourselves to become better and better person. And of course, study well because the global health crisis is very challenging, okay? And do not forget to enjoy simple blessings and joys with your family at home. Again, congratulations. God bless you all. See you on the second virtual competition. Thank you from all of us in Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment.
And we're live in 3, 2, 1.
This year's been tough and confusing, but progress is moving.
Well, at glacial pace. Sorry.
But all of Australia loves you, and we'll never judge you.
You just need some space.
When you lead her into what ails you.
Call on your friends in
Australia. A pal to rely on.
A shoulder to cry on.
In Australia.
We can turn off the news. You can kick off your shoes. We'll play backyard cricket.
Get ready to lose!
So throw in the towel. You can use one of ours. We speak your language.
Except for the vowels.
Yes, we know you love your fish and chips and your curries.
But hey, that's no worries.
Good crops guaranteed.
Negotiating tricky trade deals is a shocker.
But look, there's a quokka, and that's what you need. A quokka is really what you need. Glorious United Kingdom. Lean on your wingmen and women. We'll clear your head.
And a sausage and bread.
We'll go to the beach.
Then tuck you in bed.
Don't bite your nails to the cuticles. And with impressive marsupials. Helping our mates is a national trait in Australia. Yes! When everything's a test, call your besties across the ocean. Sisters and brothers,
We know you think you're above us.
but deep down you love us.
You just repress emotion.
But we'll put you right. Have another flat white.
Go grab your cozies.
Your cozies, your Aussies tonight. Calling all comes, keep on carrying on in Australia.
So see you soon then, yeah?
dan semua. Visit truly Asia, Malaysia, warna-warni kehidupan bahagia. Dalam Malaysia, melawat Malaysia, tentang seni budaya dan bangsa. Visit truly Asia, Malaysia, segala bermula di sini, di Malaysia.
Visit truly Asia, selamat datang ke Malaysia.
A company headed toward the world with the right principles. A company that grows with its customers and shares generously. We are Atomy. Atomy, which has been growing ever since its establishment in 2009, achieved 1.9 trillion Korean won in global sales in 2020 and surpassed 15 million global members. Atomy's #1 goal of going beyond customer satisfaction to customer success continues to be a top priority to this day. Providing good quality products at reasonable prices. Atomy's competitiveness lies in the nature of its distribution. The absolute quality and absolute price product philosophy that Atomy has practiced since its inception is included in all of its products, including health functional foods, beauty, living, food, fashion, and home appliances. Atomy provides absolute quality and absolute price products to the world. A company that keeps to its principles and creates new distribution cultures. A company expanding globally with the trust of people around the world. A company that dreams of customer success beyond customer satisfaction. We are proud Atomy.
Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is a duly registered private-owned company conveniently located at Unit 21, ground floor, Dahlia Commercial Complex, Dahlia Avenue, corner Rolex Street, West Fairview, Quezon City, Philippines. Sargent's goal and principle is adherence to the customer satisfaction, service quality, and on-time delivery of medical supplies and hospital equipment nationwide. Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is associated with high-quality products from the different countries like the United States of America, Japan, Germany, Republic of Taiwan, and Republic of China. Because of Sargent's strong commitment to patient care and customer service, Their customers are delighted with their products and services intended to boost health and wellness, as well as to uphold the total health care and well-being of the members of the family, medical practitioners, medical students intern, health and allied students, university and school clinics, hospital, and other medical institutions. Because of Sargent's strong family ties and assurance of always be there in all times, Sargent believes on. We care for your family and loved ones. It emanates from the management down to the staff of Sargent and associates. Products and services that Sargents give to their dearest customer for a total wellness with a compassionate heart. It is a new line of retailing and reselling the medical and healthcare products. Sargent's products are marketed strictly in accordance with the Food and Drug Administration standard. Sargent Medical, Supply and Equipment, we care for your family and loved ones. Call us at 986-9707 or 0905-295-1432 or 0908-610-7571.
Greetings of good health from Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment. School of Hospitality Dean Dr. Prime Abellana, Executive Pastry Chef June Muhammad Victoriano, the overall chair of the first virtual skill competition. To the faculty members, the judges, the student officers of comms, led by Audrey Castro, the new president, the contestant who did an awesome and fantastic job, to the parents and guardians who are so proud of their children, and to all the Philippine Women's University Hospitality Management students, congratulations and good job to all. Dear contestants, the excitements and the pressures of last week's competition was indeed a magnificent accomplishment in your life. Continue your journey and never stop improving yourselves. Never quit in joining competitions. Use the technology wisely and learn new skills, especially in the hospitality industry. Hone yourselves. Motivate yourselves to become better and better person. And of course, study well because the global health crisis is very challenging, okay? And do not forget to enjoy simple blessings and joys with your family at home. Again, congratulations. God bless you all. See you on the second virtual competition. Thank you from all of us in Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment.
And we're live in 3, 2, 1.
This year's been tough and confusing, but progress is moving.
Well, a glacial pace. Sorry.
But all of Australia loves you, and we'll never judge you.
You just need some space.
When you need an end to what ails you,
Call on your friends in Australia.
a pal to rely on.
A shoulder to cry on.
In Australia.
We can turn off the news. You can kick off your shoes. We'll play backyard cricket.
Get ready to lose!
So throw in the towel. You can use one about. We speak your language.
Except for the vowels.
Yes, we know you love your fish and chips and your curries.
But hey, that's no worries.
Good crops guaranteed.
Negotiating tricky trade deals is a shocker.
But look, there's a quokka, and that's what you need. A quokka is really what you need. Glorious United Kingdom. Lean on your wingmen and women. We'll clear your head.
And a sausage and bread.
We'll go to the beach.
Then tuck you in bed.
Don't bite your nails to the cuticles. And with impressive marsupials. Helping the mates is a national trait in Australia. Yeah! When everything's a test, call your besties across the ocean. Sisters and brothers.
We know you think you're above us.
But deep down you love us.
You just repress emotion.
But we'll put you right. Have another flat white.
Go grab your cozies.
Your cozies, your Aussies tonight. Calling all comes. Keep on carrying on in Australia.
So see you soon then, yeah?
jiwa kita semua. Visit truly Asia, Malaysia, warna-warni kehidupan bahagia. Dalam Malaysia, melawat Malaysia, tentang seni budaya dan bangsa. Visit truly Asia, Malaysia, segala bermula di sini, di Malaysia.
Visit truly Asia, selamat datang ke Malaysia.
And we're live in 3, 2, 1.
This year's been tough and confusing, but progress is moving.
Well, at glacial pace. Sorry.
But all of Australia loves you, and we'll never judge you.
You just need some space.
When you need an end to what ails you,
Call on your friends in Australia.
a pal to rely on.
A shoulder to cry on.
In Australia.
We can turn off the news, you can kick off your shoes. We'll play backyard cricket.
Get ready to lose!
So throw in the towel, you can use one of ours. We speak your language.
Except for the vowels.
Yes, we know you love your fish and chips and your curries.
But hey, that's no worries.
Good cross guarantee.
Negotiating tricky trade deals is a shocker.
But look, there's a quokka, and that's what you need. A quokka is really what you need. Glorious United Kingdom. Lean on your wingmen and women. We'll clear your head.
And sausage and bread.
We'll go to the beach.
Then tuck you in bed.
Don't bite your nails to the cuticles. And with impressive marsupials. Helping our mates is a national trait in Australia. Yes! When everything's a test, call your besties across the ocean. Sisters and brothers,
We know you think you're above us.
but deep down you love us.
You just repress emotion.
But we'll put you right. Have another flat white.
Go grab your cozies.
Your cozies, your Aussies tonight. Calling all comes, keep calm, carry on in
So see you soon then, yeah?
Dissertation. Segala pengguna di sini di Malaysia.
Adik kakak buat mantap bagi Malaysia. Visit Tuli Asia, selamat datang ke Malaysia.
And we're live in 3, 2, 1.
This year's been tough and confusing, but progress is moving.
Well, a glacial pace. Sorry.
But all of Australia loves you, and we'll never judge you.
You just need some space.
When you need an answer, what ails you?
Call on your friends in Australia.
A pal to rely on.
A shoulder to cry on.
In Australia.
We can turn off the news. You can kick off your shoes. We'll play back your cricket.
Get ready to lose!
So throw in the towel. You can use one about. We speak your language.
Except for the vowels.
Yes, we know you love your fish and chips and your curries.
But hey, that's no worries.
Good cross guarantee.
Negotiating tricky trade deals is a shocker.
But look, there's a quokka, and that's what you need. A quokka is really what you need. Glorious United Kingdom. Lean on your wingmen and women. We'll clear your head.
And sausage and bread.
We'll go to the beach.
Then tuck you in bed.
Don't bite your nails to the cuticles. And with impressive marsupials. Helping the mates is a national trait in Australia. Yeah! When everything's a test, call your besties across the ocean. Sisters and brothers.
We know you think you're above us.
But deep down you love us.
You just repress emotion.
But we'll put you right. Have another flat white.
Go grab your cozies.
Your cozies, your Aussies tonight. Calling all pumps. Keep calm, carry on in Australia.
So see you soon then, yeah?
jiwa kita semua. Visit truly Asia, Malaysia, warna-warni kehidupan bahagia. Malaysia, melawat Malaysia, tentang seni budaya dan bangsa. Visit truly Asia, Malaysia, segala bermula di sini, di Malaysia.
Visit truly Asia, selamat datang ke Malaysia.
A company headed toward the world with the right principles. A company that grows with its customers and shares generously. We are Atomy. Atomy, which has been growing ever since its establishment in 2009, achieved 1.9 trillion Korean won in global sales in 2020 and surpassed 15 million global members. Atomy's #1 goal of going beyond customer satisfaction to customer success continues to be a top priority to this day. Providing good quality products at reasonable prices. Atomy's competitiveness lies in the nature of its distribution. The absolute quality and absolute price product philosophy that Atomy has practiced since its inception is included in all of its products, including health functional foods, beauty, living, food, fashion, and home appliances. Atomy provides absolute quality and absolute price products to the world. A company that keeps to its principles and creates new distribution cultures. A company expanding globally with the trust of people around the world. A company that dreams of customer success beyond customer satisfaction. We are proud Atomy.
Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is a duly registered private-owned company conveniently located at Unit 21, ground floor, Dahlia Commercial Complex, Dahlia Avenue, corner Rolex Street, West Fairview, Quezon City, Philippines. Sargent's goal and principle is adherence to the customer satisfaction, service quality, and on-time delivery of medical supplies and hospital equipment nationwide. Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is associated with high-quality products from the different countries like the United States of America, Japan, Germany, Republic of Taiwan, and Republic of China. Because of Sargent's strong commitment to patient care and customer service, their customers are delighted with their products and services intended to boost health and wellness, as well as to uphold the total health care and well-being of the members of the family, medical practitioners, medical students intern, health and allied students, university and school clinics, hospital, and other medical institutions. Because of Sargent's strong family ties and assurance of always be there in all times, Sargent believes on. We care for your family and loved ones. It emanates from the management down to the staff of Sargent and associates. Products and services that Sargents give to their dearest customer for a total wellness with a compassionate heart. It is a new line of retailing and reselling the medical and healthcare products. Sargent's products are marketed strictly in accordance with the Food and Drug Administration standard. Sargent Medical, Supply and Equipment, we care for your family and loved ones. Call us at 986-9707 or 0905-295-1432 or 0908-610-7571.
Greetings of good health from Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment. School of Hospitality Dean Dr. Prime Abellana, Executive Pastry Chef June Muhammad Victoriano, the overall chair of the first virtual skill competition. To the faculty members, the judges, the student officers of comms, led by Audrey Castro, the new president, the contestant who did an awesome and fantastic job, to the parents and guardians who are so proud of their children, and to all the Philippine Women's University Hospitality Management students, congratulations and good job to all. Dear contestants, the excitements and the pressures of last week's competition was indeed a magnificent accomplishment in your life. Continue your journey and never stop improving yourselves. Never quit in joining competitions. Use the technology wisely and learn new skills, especially in the hospitality industry. Hone yourselves. Motivate yourselves to become better and better person. And of course, study well because the global health crisis is very challenging, okay? And do not forget to enjoy simple blessings and joys with your family at home. Again, congratulations. God bless you all. See you on the second virtual competition. Thank you from all of us in Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment.
A company headed toward the world with the right principles. A company that grows with its customers and shares generously. We are Atomy. Atomy, which has been growing ever since its establishment in 2009, achieved 1.9 trillion Korean won in global sales in 2020 and surpassed 15 million global members. Atomy's #1 goal of going beyond customer satisfaction to customer success continues to be a top priority to this day. Providing good quality products at reasonable prices. Atomy's competitiveness lies in the nature of its distribution. The absolute quality and absolute price product philosophy that Atomy has practiced since its inception is included in all of its products, including health functional foods, beauty, living, food, fashion, and home appliances. Atomy provides absolute quality and absolute price products to the world. company that keeps to its principles and creates new distribution cultures. A company expanding globally with the trust of people around the world. A company that dreams of customer success beyond customer satisfaction. We are proud Academy.
Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is a duly registered private-owned company conveniently located at Unit 21, ground floor, Dahlia Commercial Complex, Dahlia Avenue, corner Rolex Street, West Fairview, Quezon City, Philippines. Sargent's goal and principle is adherence to the customer satisfaction, service quality, and on-time delivery of medical supplies and hospital equipment nationwide. Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is associated with high-quality products from the different countries like the United States of America, Japan, Germany, Republic of Taiwan, and Republic of China. Because of Sargent's strong commitment to patient care and customer service, their customers are delighted with their products and services intended to boost health and wellness, as well as to uphold the total health care and well-being of the members of the family, medical practitioners, medical students intern, health and allied students, university and school clinics, hospital, and other medical institutions. Because of Sargent's strong family ties and assurance of always be there in all times, Sargent believes on. We care for your family and loved ones. It emanates from the management down to the staff of Sargent and associates. Products and services that Sargents give to their dearest customer for a total wellness with a compassionate heart. It is a new line of retailing and reselling the medical and healthcare products. Sargent's products are marketed strictly in accordance with the Food and Drug Administration standard. Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment, we care for your family and loved ones. Call us at 986-9707 or 0905-295-1432 or 0908-610-7571.
Greetings of good health from Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment. School of Hospitality Dean Dr. Prime Abellana, Executive Pastry Chef June Muhammad Victoriano, the overall chair of the first virtual skill competition. To the faculty members, the judges, the student officers of comms, led by Audrey Castro, the new president, the contestant who did an awesome and fantastic job, to the parents and guardians who are so proud of their children, and to all the Philippine Women's University Hospitality Management students, congratulations and good job to all. Dear contestants, the excitements and the pressures of last week's competition was indeed a magnificent accomplishment in your life. Continue your journey and never stop improving yourselves. Never quit in joining competitions. Use the technology wisely and learn new skills, especially in the hospitality industry. Hone yourselves, motivate yourselves to become better and better person. And of course, Study well because the global health crisis is very challenging, okay? And do not forget to enjoy simple blessings and joys with your family at home. Again, congratulations. God bless you all. See you on the second virtual competition. Thank you from all of us in Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment.
A company headed toward the world with the right principles. A company that grows with its customers and shares generously. We are Atomy. Atomy, which has been growing ever since its establishment in 2009, achieved 1.9 trillion Korean won in global sales in 2020 and surpassed 15 million global members. Atomy's #1 goal of going beyond customer satisfaction to customer success continues to be a top priority to this day. Providing good quality products at reasonable prices. Atomy's competitiveness lies in the nature of its distribution. The absolute quality and absolute price product philosophy that Atomy has practiced since its inception is included in all of its products, including health functional foods, beauty, living, food, fashion, and home appliances. Atomy provides absolute quality and absolute price products to the world. A company that keeps to its principles and creates new distribution cultures. A company expanding globally with the trust of people around the world. A company that dreams of customer success beyond customer satisfaction. We are proud Atomy.
Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is a duly registered private-owned company conveniently located at Unit 21, ground floor, Dahlia Commercial Complex, Dahlia Avenue, corner Rolex Street, West Fairview, Quezon City, Philippines. Sargent's goal and principle is adherence to the customer satisfaction, service quality, and on-time delivery of medical supplies and hospital equipment nationwide. Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is associated with high-quality products from the different countries like the United States of America, Japan, Germany, Republic of Taiwan, and Republic of China. Because of Sargent's strong commitment to patient care and customer service, their customers are delighted with their products and services intended to boost health and wellness, as well as to uphold the total health care and well-being of the members of the family, medical practitioners, medical students intern, health and allied students, university and school clinics, hospital, and other medical institutions. Because of Sargent's strong family ties and assurance of always be there in all times, Sargent believes on. We care for your family and loved ones. It emanates from the management down to the staff of Sargent and associates. Products and services that Sargents give to their dearest customer for a total wellness with a compassionate heart. It is a new line of retailing and reselling the medical and healthcare products. Sargent's products are marketed strictly in accordance with the Food and Drug Administration standard. Sargent Medical, Supply and Equipment, we care for your family and loved ones. Call us at 986-9707 or 0905-295-1432 or 0908-610-7571.
Greetings of good health from Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment. School of Hospitality Dean Dr. Prime Abellana, Executive Pastry Chef June Muhammad Victoriano, the overall chair of the first virtual skill competition. To the faculty members, the judges, the student officers of comms, led by Audrey Castro, the new president, the contestant who did an awesome and fantastic job, to the parents and guardians who are so proud of their children, and to all the Philippine Women's University Hospitality Management students, congratulations and good job to all. Dear contestants, the excitements and the pressures of last week's competition was indeed a magnificent accomplishment in your life. Continue your journey and never stop improving yourselves. Never quit in joining competitions. Use the technology wisely and learn new skills, especially in the hospitality industry. Hone yourselves. Motivate yourselves to become better and better person. And of course, study well because the global health crisis is very challenging, okay? And do not forget to enjoy simple blessings and joys with your family at home. Again, congratulations. God bless you all. See you on the second virtual competition. Thank you from all of us in Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment.
A company headed toward the world with the right principles. A company that grows with its customers and shares generously. We are Atomy. Atomy, which has been growing ever since its establishment in 2009, achieved 1.9 trillion Korean won in global sales in 2020 and surpassed 15 million global members. Atomy's #1 goal of going beyond customer satisfaction to customer success continues to be a top priority to this day. Providing good quality products at reasonable prices. Atomy's competitiveness lies in the nature of its distribution. The absolute quality and absolute price product philosophy that Atomy has practiced since its inception is included in all of its products, including health functional foods, beauty, living, food, fashion, and home appliances. Atomy provides absolute quality and absolute price products to the world. A company that keeps to its principles and creates new distribution cultures. A company expanding globally with the trust of people around the world. A company that dreams of customer success beyond customer satisfaction. We are proud Atomy.
And we're live in 3, 2, 1.
This year's been tough and confusing, but progress is moving.
Well, at glacial pace. Sorry.
But all of Australia loves you, and we'll never judge you.
You just need some space.
When you need an end to what ails you,
Call on your friends in Australia.
a pal to rely on.
A shoulder to cry on.
In Australia.
We can turn off the news. You can kick off your shoes. We'll play back your cricket.
Get ready to lose!
So throw in the towel. You can use one about. We speak your language.
Except for the vowels.
Yes, we know you love your fish and chips and your curries.
But hey, that's no worries.
Good crops guarantee.
Negotiating tricky trade deals is a shocker.
But look, there's a quokka, and that's what you need. A quokka is really what you need. Glorious United Kingdom. Lean on your wingmen and women. We'll clear your head.
And sausage and bread.
We'll go to the beach.
Then tuck you in bed.
Don't bite your nails to the cuticles. And with aggressive marsupials. Helping the mates is a national trait in Australia. Yes, when everything's a test, call your besties across the ocean. Sisters and brothers,
We know you think you're above us.
but deep down you love us.
You just repress emotion.
But we'll put you right. Have another flat white.
Go grab your cozies.
Your cozies, your Aussies tonight. Calling all comes, keep calm, carry on in
So see you soon then, yeah?
jiwa kita semua. Visit truly Asia, Malaysia, warna-warni kehidupan bahagia. Malaysia, melawat Malaysia, tentang seni budaya dan bangsa. Visit truly Asia, Malaysia, segala bermula di sini, di Malaysia.
Visit truly Asia.
And we're live in 3, 2, 1.
This year's been tough and confusing, but progress is moving.
Well, at glacial pace. Sorry.
But all of Australia loves you, and we'll never judge you.
You just need some space.
When you need an end to what ails you,
Call on your friends in Australia.
a pal to rely on.
A shoulder to cry on.
In Australia.
We can turn off the news. You can kick off your shoes. We'll play back your cricket.
Get ready to lose!
So throw in the towel. You can use one about. We speak your language.
Except for the vowels.
Yes, we know you love your fish and chips and your curries.
But hey, that's no worries.
Good crops guarantee. Negotiating tricky trade deals is a shocker.
But look, there's a quokka, and that's what you need. A quokka is really what you need. Glorious United Kingdom. Lean on your wingmen and women. We'll clear your head.
And sausage and bread.
We'll go to the beach.
Then tuck you in bed.
Don't bite your nails to the cuticles. And with impressive marsupials. Helping the mates is a national trait in Australia. Yes, when everything's a test, call your besties across the ocean. Sisters and brothers,
We know you think you're above us.
but deep down you love us.
You just repress emotion.
But we'll put you right at another flat white.
Go grab your cozies.
Your cozies, your Aussies tonight. Calling all comes, keep on carrying on in
So see you soon then, yeah?
A company headed toward the world with the right principles. A company that grows with its customers and shares generously. We are Atomy. Atomy, which has been growing ever since its establishment in 2009, achieved 1.9 trillion Korean won in global sales in 2020 and surpassed 15 million global members. Atomy's #1 goal of going beyond customer satisfaction to customer success continues to be a top priority to this day. Providing good quality products at reasonable prices. Atomy's competitiveness lies in the nature of its distribution. The absolute quality and absolute price product philosophy that Atomy has practiced since its inception is included in all of its products, including health functional foods, beauty, living, food, fashion, and home appliances. Atomy provides absolute quality and absolute price products to the world. A company that keeps to its principles and creates new distribution cultures. A company expanding globally with the trust of people around the world. A company that dreams of customer success beyond customer satisfaction. We are proud Academy.
Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is a duly registered private-owned company conveniently located at Unit 21, ground floor, Dahlia Commercial Complex, Dahlia Avenue, corner Rolex Street, West Fairview, Quezon City, Philippines. Sargent's goal and principle is adherence to the customer satisfaction, service quality, and on-time delivery of medical supplies and hospital equipment nationwide. Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment is associated with high-quality products from the different countries like the United States of America, Japan, Germany, Republic of Taiwan, and Republic of China. Because of Sargent's strong commitment to patient care and customer service, their customers are delighted with their products and services intended to boost health and wellness, as well as to uphold the total health care and well-being of the members of the family, medical practitioners, medical students intern, health and allied students, university and school clinics, hospital, and other medical institutions. Because of Sargent's strong family ties and assurance of always be there in all times, Sargent believes on. We care for your family and loved ones. It emanates from the management down to the staff of Sargent and associates. Products and services that Sargents give to their dearest customer for a total wellness with a compassionate heart. It is a new line of retailing and reselling the medical and healthcare products. Sargent's products are marketed strictly in accordance with the Food and Drug Administration standard. Sargent Medical Supply and Equipment, we care for your family and loved ones. Call us at 986-9707 or 0905-295-1432 or 0908-610-7571.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, to our dear participants and everyone. Salamat pagi in Malaysia. Good morgon in Switzerland. Dila M. Shavidobasi in Georgia. So I hope I was able to give justice on those greetings. And of course, good afternoon in the Philippines. I hope everyone had a great lunch. Now we are back for the afternoon session of today's first School of Hospitality Management International Research Conference Event 2021 with the theme Breaking Barriers, Surviving to Thrive Through Research Innovation, Synergism of Trends, Challenges, and Agility. Here at Philippine Women's University, organized by Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management students.
Welcome back, everyone. This afternoon session, we are your conference hosts. My name is Roy Cabardes, and together with my classmate, Angelica Reyes. Good afternoon to you, Angelica.
Good afternoon to you, Roy. And of course, again, good afternoon, everyone. Dear delegates across the country and other parts of the world, this is a very informative and exciting afternoon session because we have invited a hospitality educator, researcher, and academician, a culinary entrepreneur and business innovator, and a digitally passionate expert in the field of international certification and development of schools. So to formally introduce our first panel speaker, let us hear it from Lanilyn Villudres, Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management student. Nani, please.
Thank you, Angelica. Our first panel speaker is a Director of Research at Let's Training and Consultancy. He was awarded a Professional Master's in Hospitality and Tourism by the University of Toulouse, France. He earned a certification Train the Trainer program organized by HRDF Malaysia in 2019. He co-authored a book named Essentials to Food and Beverage Operations in 2014. He was able to present his papers in Thailand in 2013 and in Taiwan in 2014. He was also a frequent resource speaker in the academic and hospitality industry. His journey into this industry began back in 1987 with Hyatt Kuantan. After completing his SPM, he worked on a part-time basis before being offered the opportunity to join the School Leavers Apprentice Program. He was trained in all operations and support departments, including management. Due to his nature of being an adventurous person, Singapore was his next destination for his hotel experience, the first being Boulevard Hotel, followed by Shangri-La Rasa Sentosa Resorts and Singapore Marriott in the food and beverage department. His area of interest due to the consistent change and innovation in the products. While he was connected to the Shangri-La Rasa Sentosa Resort, he was appointed as the restaurant food and beverage trainer and decided to pursue and embark on another path by venturing into hospitality education after experiencing the need for learning and training. He joined Taylor's College as a food and beverage lecturer, teaching various subjects like food and beverage, restaurant practical service, restaurant theory, entrepreneurship, sales and marketing, and conducting F&B training. Let us all welcome Mr. Patrick Daya from Malaysia to get some of his insights into the topic, the future of hospitality management education in the post-pandemic times.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Ms. Lanilyn, for the very meaningful role of honor. I think in future, if I give my CV, I should make it shorter so that people won't get bored with it. Thank you indeed, Ms. Lenny, and a very good day to everyone from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Next week, Tuesday, Malaysia is going for a full lockdown. I will extend my greetings to the entire faculty, management, the staff, the student, industry speakers, esteemed panel speakers. A very good day to all of you, and not forgetting the academic ladies and gentlemen from the various countries that has managed to take some time to log in.
Talaga? Mahaba? Okay lang. Andiyan naman yung title niya.
for some exciting sharing, yeah? Okay, I think we had some excitement just now from some ladies. All right, when I was given this topic, it was really a very interesting topic because the magic word you can see here is called future, the future. Honestly, as a human being, it is very hard to predict the future. Everybody talks about the future when we basically should be talking about the present, what we can do now, and what we are able to achieve at this present moment in terms of thinking about tomorrow. So today is another meaningful day, fun-filling day, being in this School of Hospitality Management virtual conference. Next slide, please. Thank you. A very little bit about myself. Okay, I used to work in operation. I chose to work first instead of, I can say I chose to work first. I never thought about academic at that time. You know, being a young person like me, adventurous, you just want to work and learn something, and besides saving some money. So for me, hospitality is a profession. It's not a job. It's never a job. Simple, because you need to possess the passion and interest when you want to move forward. Everybody says that hospitality is long hours. It's a misstatement. It's long hours because when you enjoy what you're doing, you don't think about the hours, right? And my motto is always, I don't like studying. I enjoy learning because that is much more fun way of doing than just forcing yourself to study something that you don't like. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, who am I really? Make it fast and simple. Started my first hotel job 1987 after I left school. Typical young man like me doesn't know what to do, so I started part-time. And while I was working, I was very fortunate to have people who are senior than me to always encourage me and tell me always keep learning. And I don't understand why they said that to me. I will explain to you later why I use the word always keep learning. So I work with hotels in Singapore because Singapore hotels are very different than Malaysia. I'm very glad I spent about 15, 16 years over there. And while working, one day, I have a few interns from hospitality institution in Singapore. I didn't know what to do with them. And then my manager told me that they are there to learn. They are not extra helping hand. They are there to learn. So that was a TikTok. Oh, those days there's no TikTok. That was a wake-up call for me. Okay, wake-up call for me that they are there to learn. And while sharing with them about the reality of hospitality, I started to understand, always keep learning. Yeah, they are there to learn. And slow and steady, I transformed myself from operation to training. It's a fantastic journey because I realized there's so much that I do not know. Okay, I learned this last week. A young boy at the age of 20 showed me a text, IYKYK. I did not know what it means, IYKYK. So he told me, sir, why don't you look up in Google? Of course, Google don't have the answer. I found out. IYKYK means if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Wow, something different. Always keep learning. Okay, and therefore I joined the world of academic. I never left the industry. I wanted to have a taste of what does it feel to be in the world of academic. And that's why I went into academic to start doing something different. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay. Simple. The previous slide, please. Okay, thank you very much. I love to travel. Simple. I think you know Eiffel Tower, and the one on the right is in Indonesia, Lombok. I love to travel because travel is you connect with people, you learn about the tradition, you learn about culture, and many amazing things that you can get when you travel. So this is Paris. Sad to say, I enjoy Eiffel Tower, but I don't exactly enjoy walking around. But Lombok, yes. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay. When I was in the education, I was taught, that students, I did not put myself as a student. So one day someone told me, hey, why don't you put yourself into a student's shoes? I said, why? Just try. So students, when they come in, they don't want you to just one way teach. They cannot absorb. So then I was told, and then new word, gaming. Of course, I didn't know what it means at that time. Then I understood it's playing games. What? Hospitality education games. So this is what I did. And then I reward them with stuff. Okay? So they feel very thankful, when they play problem-solving games, and then they got rewarded with stuff. So the top student or the top 3, I will basically invite them for a nice meal outside. Okay, on my own cost, of course, not under the college, because you do it from the heart. Okay, this is what I do. I apply education game because they want to keep on learning. They are young kids, young growing adults, the way I should put it, young growing adults who are there to learn something. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, I guess for this question, I think you as a student, you are able to answer. It's not me. You are able to answer this question because you decide what you want to do. And like I remind you again that let's think of today. What can you do today? Don't worry, because the pandemic will be down the road for a few months or a few years. We do not know. But now you are under a very reputable university called PWU, and what you can learn while you are in the university. Don't think about the pandemic. Think about what you can learn today. Of course, my answer to you will be yes, there is a future. There is a future for everybody, no matter what you do. And why? Why do I say that? Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, just to share with you, this is Malaysian perspective in Kuala Lumpur. Okay, the one that I'm sharing with you now, these are privately owned university that offers hospitality education. Okay, and all these universities, if you see the top 3 are offering dual awards. Okay, and the one number 4, University of Wollongong KDU. Okay, KDU is a local name. Australian company Wollongong has just taken over the university. So now they are offering Australian program. Okay, why? Because intensification, collaboration with a foreign university for future education enhancement. And the last one in red in color, okay, that hotel school is the least number of students. So from the top 1, 2, 3, 4, the number of students is massive. But from the first until second from the bottom, the numbers are very small. Why? Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, this is the picture of the campus. If you see the one bottom right, that is Berjaya. It is located in a hotel. It's privately owned by a tycoon. Okay, that explains why their focus is not so much on hospitality program. So their numbers is very small. I'm sure it's the same for education institution. When I check on Google in Philippines or Manila itself, it says you don't have much student like college. The one on the left is INTI. It's also numbers very small. The one above is also UW, small in numbers, and UCSI. Of course, number 1 in Southeast Asia now is Steelers, massive number, massive, but not local students, mostly foreign students. So if you look at the picture, that the owners invest millions in building state-of-the-art campus. Of course, these 4 buildings, ladies and gentlemen, cannot compare with the historical and reputable building of PWU. Yeah? Your campus is very historical and very meaningful. This one that you see is traditional and very modern. It's 2 different things. Okay. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. Okay, these are just some of the facilities in Taylor's. Yeah. Okay, why I choose it because I was in that before. We have a restaurant. Okay. Below we have many fish station. That means a kitchen demo, and then we have a wine room where the students learn how to study wine, and of course the kitchen. Just to show you the facilities, right? Next slide, please. All right. Just to share with you, thanks to Professor Google, we were able to have a research on the Philippines. I would like to share this with you because the amazing amount of number of tourists and the revenue generated by the Philippines is really enormous. And the more tourists you have, you need accommodation. Because of pandemic, which is beyond our control. So now every country is suffering in terms of domestic tourism and also international tourism. So I like to show this because the figures are very amazing, it's high. So there are people always coming into your country. But at this moment, there is a pause or still. So with these encouraging figures, with this encouraging revenue, okay, I'm sure slow and steady, you will understand this program for the future will never die off. More and more hotels will recover. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay. The future. All right. I think you can read by itself. Is it not attractive? Who can you hire? What about it? Okay. I'm sure the master student, you are coming from the industry. You understand what I mean by sometimes people say it's not attractive. Okay, when you are not in the industry, you find it not attractive. For the students who are pursuing non-masters, of course, you are always in the classroom. You don't have the reality yet. Okay, you don't have, but you are pursuing your education in order for you to start beginning to carve a career in the industry. Okay, and not only hospitality industry players hire hospitality graduates, but other sections, they also hire hospitality graduate. Why? Because hospitality graduate has the image of excitement. They have an identity of fun-loving people. It's all about fun when you are working in the industry. It's about enjoying your job. It's like what you do now. Okay. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay. Just to show you, this is a sample because I want to share with you basically that the transformation of the new normal. If you see the car on the left, I'm sure you see the Volkswagen. That car is simple. It's just the engine and the body. There's no GPS. There's no radio, and it's manual trigger. No frills. But if you come now, cars are built with tons and tons of gadgets. Okay, I'm just wondering when they're going to build the first car whereby you go in, you key in, you just don't drive, don't touch the steering wheel, and then you go to the destination. That's impossible. So things have changed from car to the modern car, and the same goes for the phone. I'm sure the phone that you see below left, if you throw it on the floor, it drops on the floor, you can still use it compared to a smartphone. If your smartphone drops on the floor, your heart breaks. Not the phone breaks. Your heart will break because it's a different category. It's called not elasticity. It's not lasting at all. So things are changing and things are slowly changing. Yeah? Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay. Now, all this basically is sharing with you that, yes, the industry before this COVID-19 pandemic, we have previous pandemic, we had the SARS, we have tsunami, Thailand of tsunami, you name it. Okay, the industry has braved all the storm, but yet it remains strong and very, very steadfast. Okay, what the industry needs is basically is very simple. We are always concerned about interaction with human beings. If I were to go back to university, okay, universities of the future, wherever you go, will start internalization of the program and curriculum. You have to go global. You need to go global. You have to go global. Why? Because exchanging of ideas. That's it. Okay? Very soon, TW, School of Hospitality, will see some changes in curriculum. Very soon, you will see the program going international. Very soon, you will see students from other countries coming to learn maybe for a semester in PW. Very soon, you see students from PW, the one with the strong financial ability, will be able to exchange in another university. That is what is needed in terms of academic prospect. Okay? Because it's about interaction, it's about mindset, it's about being ethical. So that is from the academic point of view. You cannot remain stagnant. You cannot be offering the current program. And of course, everybody knows transformation. Transformation from books to technology. Everybody is smartphone. Okay? The faculty educator role will transform. Instead of lecturing, you will be facilitating. You will be the facilitator because it's a student learning center. So what has smartphone got to do with education? Because you're using the smartphone to access information and then you just share it. Compared to many years when there's no smartphone, how do we study? We study books and the experience of the lecturer. So that is coming from the academic point of view, the transformation to technology. Everything in one touch button, you get your information. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay. So at this current moment, I was made to know in PW that you have not many in numbers, but basically some foreign national. Okay. In order for the university to grow in terms of reputation, in terms of knowledge, in terms of known for the delivery in teaching education, we need to invite students from other countries to come, exchange of ideas. Name it, country, China, India, Maldives, etc., etc. Because in Southeast Asia, to pursue an education, the price is much more reasonable, okay, and can be compared to Switzerland. So, in terms of education point of view, all right, is a cross-cultural exchange, more diverse. Okay? And what you can learn from diversity, what you can learn from exchange of ideas. And as we all grow to be an adult, as we grow into adulthood, okay, when you pursue your master's or PhD, you would like to option to study online because that is the way it is. Many people are not able to go class to class. Even now, I'm sure your students all complain, oh, we prefer face-to-face, we prefer interaction. Yeah, but when face-to-face, you're not learning, you're just talking to your classmates. But we still are able to conduct online classes, even though we have internet issues, but it's just minor. It's not a major issues. So this is from the point of view of the universities, transformation of learning, massive learning. Okay? From books to advancing technology, faculty transform by not teaching, but facilitating. And faculty also has to upgrade on their learning methodology and etc. to make it exciting for students to be eager to come to class to learn. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so let's push COVID-19 aside. Let's not talk about the pandemic because it's not in our control. What we can do, again, like what you are doing now, is staying at home and being safe. Okay, the academic area, okay, is extravagant usage of technology, but not in the industry. In the industry, yes, we do have the application of technology, social media, Facebook, Instagram. That is for promoting yourself and also promoting the hotel. Promoting yourself and promoting the hotel via technology, no longer printing of brochures. Even for your virtual conference, the poster is circulated via social media because everyone is on social media every second of the day. And what with the pandemic, right? So regardless of what technology cannot replace humans. Human personal touch will always be there because a robot cannot say good morning, but a human being can. Okay, so as I go back to where I began, okay, about the topic, the future, yes, there will still be a future. And earlier on, before we started the conference, when I asked how many hotels are closing in Manila or in some parts of Philippines, yes, the same here in Malaysia. Some hotels have closed down. Some hotels has indeed, but not the 5-star rated like Shangri-La, Marriott Oriental. They are still surviving, but with minimal manpower. Minimal manpower. Ask yourself this question. You have been long in the industry at the building. You want to just close down? Unless the owner of the hotel have decided to close the property. But just remember, when the owner close their property and sell the building, they become richer. But not the staff. The staff, 3 months, thank you, have a nice day. So I'm very grateful that in Malaysia, in certain part of Malaysia, not many hotels have ceased operation. Some is temporary. So far, I'm very grateful. I can't say the same for your country at the moment, but these hotels will reopen. They will reopen or a new company will take over the hotel because that's how the way it is. It will never close. Hotels will still remain. New one will come in. B&B, homestay, you name it. It will be there because this pandemic will not be long. You and I know that. Matter of time before the pandemic has stopped testing us and say goodbye and then they go. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Okay. This picture basically shows the changes in technology. I'm sure you have taken before. Now everything is using a machine. Okay. But in order for you to utilize technology, sometimes you need the assistance of the human touch, the crew, because you don't know how to use it. And the same with cinema tickets. You do not know how to use it. And sometimes you still need human factor to assist you. For example, sometimes I go for McDonald's. I don't enjoy when McDonald's has got technology to order food. And I don't enjoy that. So I just boycott McDonald's, not boycott, I just don't go in. I like to go in where there's a human touch, you can order what you like. But you see why they are the application of technology, because they wanted to cut the queue. I see the technology is for people, is to cut the queue, you touch, and then you wait. So basically the human touch is still there. You cannot avoid human touch. It's still there. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay. For this slide here, basically, the gap between technology. I'm sure I myself, as an educator, I'm still not very well versed in terms of technology. Just now, I pressed the panic button momentarily when Miss Angelica started the show. There was a problem with my mic. And the first thing I did was, Yahoo! Accidents happen when the show is about to begin. You know, so I log out once, it did not work. I said, man, what can I do now? I said, no. So I had to log out twice. And then when I came in, I think my Miss Lenny Lim just started introducing me. Oh my God, thank you so much, technology. You know, this is what happened. You see, what I'm trying to say is that in terms of the faculty in the education sector, we need to be well versed with technology. For the people in the industry player from the hotel, right? Yes, you still use technology, but it's for other purposes. So for the students in the education, you are using technology for you to do things better, for you to have different ways of doing things, for you to have idea of how to get things done. So you can apply it into the industry when you graduate and start building your career in the hotel. See, so in the academic world, yes, it's very technology driven, but technology that allows you to do your job efficiently. No, a poster you can just edit. Amazing what technology can do. I cannot find the words to describe technology, but in the hotel industry, yes, we do. So you imagine the transformation, and then when you are in the industry, okay. So for the educators or the teachers, we need to adapt, okay, to online using tools, and of course, the most important is that have fun while learning. It's bored when you don't have fun in learning. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Okay. So to everyone, especially the students, okay, this is what I won't suggest to you. I will tell you instead. Don't worry about the future. Sorry, let me erase the word don't worry. Don't worry, sometimes you have to worry. Stop thinking about what can happen tomorrow, day after. Focus on the now. Focus on yourself. Focus on you. What can you improve in terms of your inner self? Okay? And you know, the hotel industry are looking for what kind of people, character. I'll share with you in the next slide. Okay? Your direction. Where are you headed now? Where is your dream? Again, think about the current situation, especially for the master student. Okay, all are mature adults, and then you're pursuing your masters and you are working for the industry with an awesome educator in all the faculty. What's next for you the moment you have graduated from masters? What's next? Are you going to be in the same position or you want something higher? Focus on yourself. What do you really want to learn? You are already experienced. What do you want from the master? Don't pursue a master so that you have a master's. Your salary increase, your taking increase, you want to explore beyond Philippines. What's next? What drives you? What makes you happy? Okay, but of course, the next virtual conference down the road, I wouldn't expect to see Miss Angelica again doing the same role. She wants to become the boss now, right? It makes sense. No, yeah, it makes sense. The same person again. I mean, you have other people that you can groom and train, right? So at the current moment, focus on the education of the hospitality because the hospitality will recover. It will recover. It will recover. You don't believe? When the borders are open, please buy a ticket, come to KL. I'll welcome you personally to Kuala Lumpur. Okay? The hospitality industry will recover. At the current moment, the hotel that is still standing is working on minimum employee. Is working on minimum employee. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to start something. Okay? And I'd like to share with you the quote that I always tell people. I always share people the last quote. Tell me I forget, of course. You tell me I forget. If you tell me yesterday you had a beer with this lady, I forget. Teach me and I will remember, but when you involve me, I will learn. Involve me, I will learn. So I involve you in what you can learn today from me and the following two exceptional speakers. The next is a chef. I'm sure there'll be a lot of amazing story that she can share with you. And so is the last speaker. That's why you are here, right? Next slide, please. Okay. Are you curious? If you're not curious, how are you going to learn? You're not asking questions, you're just listening. Listening without asking, you never learn. If you don't learn, how can you understand? You need to ask questions. What I do in class is, if my students don't ask questions, I will ask them questions. If they are not able to answer my question, I say, there you see, you do have a question. We need to learn how to ask questions. Okay, we need to know basically what we are able to do, what we cannot do. Okay, for those students who has not stepped into the hotel yet, I'll suggest that you introduce yourself to the master student who are currently working in the industry to ask, how do you survive now, pandemic? How do you survive this stage? That's a good question to ask the industry players because you got to pay salary. So there's one question they can ask the industry players. How do they survive? How do they work? I always like to ask a female industry players. Why? because most of the hotel are male dominant in terms of general manager. Female will have a different kind of answers. So there's two different answers that you get from the person. Okay, and just to share with you all, I mean the industry players who are pursuing master, I'm sure you know that you are looking for someone who possess not all written there. You're looking for some. Okay, of course the top priority is someone who's able to have a good level of communication, someone who can talk, not talk too much, but someone who can convince. Okay, well organized, a team player, always punctual, critical thinker, creative thinker, interpersonal communicator, easily adapt, friendly personality. It's impossible for one person to possess all these traits, but I'm sure they possess more than one. So basically for students who are pursuing the degree or the diploma, yes, focus on yourself. Do you have any of these traits? Especially problem solving, because guests love to complain. You as a student love to complain when your internet is not functioning. Why? Okay? And of course, when you learn, what happened to you? You grow. You grow in what? You grow in your thinking level. You grow in your ability to communicate well. You grow in terms of working efficiently. And the most important, IYK, YK. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. Simple. Next slide, please. Okay? So, that's me, not my twin brother. Okay? And that is the end of my sharing session. Okay? Maraming salamat sa pansin, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Almi saying thank you for attention. Follow what the Philippines do. Thank you very much.
All right. Be passionate about what you love doing and never stop learning. Certainly, that is one moving and challenging message imparted to us. Thank you, Mr. Patrick, for the time you took to join us again.
My pleasure.
Yes, sir. And for your amazing presentation, along with encouraging words for everyone. So your message was exactly what most of the hospitality industry students and practitioners needed to hear at this moment. Terima kasih.
Absolutely, Roy. Indeed, I agree that we should never stop learning because we can be as well a good instrument to our students and other people as well. And also in the tourism and hospitality industry, let us not fear, no? Because soon tourism and hospitality will soon recover. So everything is just temporary. So now, let us move forward to our second esteemed panel speaker. So may I invite Rina Medrano, Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management students to announce her.
Thank you, Angelica. Our second panel speaker is a founder, director, and executive chef of Elasi Culinary Institute, Tbilisi, Georgia, from October 2017 to present. She is a personal chef with more than 15 years of experience and multiple international certifications. 5 years working on cruise ships, 3 years as entrepreneurial creator of a culinary institute, bakery, and catering business, specializing in French, American, Persian, Georgian, Italian, Japanese, Armenian cuisine. Let us all welcome Chef Elahe Fergani from Georgia to share with us the topic, accepting and adapting the challenges in the food industry through research and innovation.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chef.
Good afternoon, Chef Ella.
Maganda hapon.
Wow.
I'm Elahe Forgani. As Rina said, thank you so much. Executive Chef, Director, and Owner of Elasi Culinary Institute in Georgia. I am originally from Iran and currently here in Tbilisi, Georgia. First of all, I just want to say big thanks to dear Rina and Philippine Women University for this invitation, and I'm honored to be here with all of you. Rina just brought me back to really good memories from Philippines, in which it's like amazing. I have really good memories of those years that I lived in Philippines and I was studying there. So, as all of you know, that we are going to talk about really interesting topic today that we are facing with, like all of us somehow in this year and always in our life, especially now in this situation of the worldwide. But before that, I just want to say, I just want to introduce myself a little bit to you so you will know me more. Can you just go to please, to the next slide? Yes. Okay. Actually, if I go back to my childhood, I love to cook. Of course, I love to eat, and I love to cook. Since I was 8 years old, I always was around my mom in the kitchen. I was asking her like the questions. I was really curious about food and how it's prepared. Like I always wanted to help. It was somehow, I can say it was in my blood. And then, which has brought me even to this business. So I have started my professional journey when I was 24 years old in Iran. And I started to study some culinary courses there. And then I moved to Philippines, as you see in the picture, like down is my graduation. And then there is a chef like in the middle photo, like the one with the chef that I have in the black jacket. He's Chef Jake, who was training us, and God bless his soul, he's not with us anymore. And I can say that I had one of the best training in Philippines for my culinary journey. And the best chefs, Chef Jake, Chef Raul, Chef Maui, all of them, they trained us and they make us ready for this cooking journey, and especially to be ready for the life and living and working in cruise ship industry. So I started to work in cruise ship after my journey in Philippines. And in my opinion, working in cruise ship is one of the hardest work in the world. It's really hard. It's not impossible, but it's really hard, especially if you work in a cooking area and kitchen area and in gym. These two are two of the really most hardest part that in cruise ship. But they have trained us, like they make us ready to be for this kind of life. And as you see the picture in the right side down is my team in a French restaurant, French cuisine restaurant on board. And we are just international people, Indian, British, from Scotland, from Philippines, and Iran. And it was one of the best team in the ship also that I was working with them. So it was really good, actually, memory, and which just gave me more experience, more knowledge about food industry and this kind, like all the way that I am now in my business now. I travel around the world. I had the chance to have a training, as you see the picture on the right side. On top is just the Master Chef of France. I had training with him, and it was one of the biggest opportunity for me in my life. I learned a lot from him. So now you have one brief history about my life and how I become here, how I became a chef, and how I have my own culinary school now. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. Okay. Today's topic is just the topic is accepting and adapting the challenges in food industry through research and innovation. This is a really interesting topic, especially these days, which we are facing to it every day. So I can just, if I go back to what I was telling about myself and how I came up here and how I end up to Georgia. So, and connected to our title, it's I faced one of my biggest challenges in my life while I was working in a cruise ship. So in 2017, I was injured and I had to stop working. Yeah. So it was really sad, and it was one of the biggest challenges that I faced because so I used to work. I loved what I was doing. I loved my job, but I had to stop because I couldn't do any more like hard duty. So can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. So after that, I just want to share with you, and from when I started and I moved to Georgia, the first thing is the secrets of my success. Challenges come, you accept the challenge, and research produce innovation, and creating the adoption. So these 4 steps, it was my secret of success. So now we are just going more to this one. So challenges come. So as I just mentioned, one of the biggest challenge, it was I had to stop working. So if you just think about it and just see how it can be, like you are just used to the work and you love your job and you have to stop suddenly. So it's really big challenge for a lot of people because you will be worried about your career, your future, a lot of things. So what it comes is challenges come every day in our life. Every day you can, in any kind of business you are, especially these days in food industry, but any kind of business you are facing challenges. And what is the next step you have to do? Like I always do, is acceptance. Would you please go to the next slide? Thank you. So acceptance. So this part, it's really important. It's really important, acceptance. Always we are thinking, okay, acceptance is challenge come and we accept the challenge. Okay, we are accepting this challenge is just to accept, okay, I cannot work, or COVID came, or a lot of other things it can come. But what we have to know, acceptance always has 2 parts. It's really important that acceptance, the first one is acknowledge the problem, acknowledge the issue. Okay, challenge comes. I accept it. I accept that I cannot work. I cannot work on cruise ship, right, anymore because I cannot do the hard duty. And the next part is more important, it's really important because these 2 are together always, is overcome the problem. So some people are just stuck in the first part always. That's why they cannot go to the next step. But overcome the problem. Overcome the problem is find a way. And if there is no way, make a way. You know, you always can make a way. So there is a lot of ways that we will go further to it. We will talk about it, that how you can just overcome your problem. So just go, I just mentioned some really the challenge that we are facing this day, for example, COVID, right? We will go further and deeper to it a little bit later. But for example, COVID came, a lot of people, they just accepted, okay, COVID came, we closed the business and they stopped. So they did not go further. That's why we had a lot of bankrupt, we had a lot of like people that they failed in their business because they did not follow the rule, they did not follow this. Acceptance has 2 parts, always in any situation in your life, acceptance always has 2 parts. So, and would you please go to the next, okay. So just go back to my business startup. So yeah, I had to stop the work, like what I did, acceptance. I accepted, I acknowledged the problem, okay, I cannot have the hard duty. So now is the time I have to overcome the problem. So what I did, I decided just to go back, research in myself and research what I can do. So it's really important what I can do now, and then I cannot do these things. Okay, how can I overcome this problem? So I was trained in Philippines, in Iran, in different countries, in France. I was working, I was experienced. I had this kind of experience with international cuisine. So I just could use that. So what I decided to do, I just thought that, okay, so now not hard duty, I can just teach to the people. I can train people. So the idea come to my mind. So I can just open my school here in Georgia. So it was the idea. So I overcome the problem already. So I had to go to the next step. I had to start my business, which it was with research. So I just started, right? Start up the business. And of course, again, another challenges come. So different kind of challenges, they came to my way again. But one of the interesting, I can tell you, the first challenge that I had, it was like, oh, woman in business? That has the question mark always in everyone's mind. Oh, okay, she can do it, or is it possible? Like, should we trust her? And woman in business in a foreign country, that is another issue. That is another thing that you have to always just think about it. Like, okay, so they will think, okay, in foreign country, she's not from here, and she's gonna start the business. So what they did, they brought another challenge for me. So I researched and I checked what is the rules to start the business in this country. So it's like when you start the business in this country, they will give you 1 year permission just to show them and prove to them, can you do it? Or is it possible? They trust you? Or is it like your plan is working, your business plan and all these things? And what they did to me, they gave me only 6 months. So another challenge came to my mind. They told me, we will give you 6 months only, woman, and then we don't trust you. And the other thing, they make an interview for me, which it was rare because they never do that. They make an interview. So all these challenges, it was coming on my way. But what I did again, to go back to the one that I told you, the secret of success, I accept the challenge. I accept the challenge, and then I overcome the challenge. So I accepted. I told them, okay, I will show you. I will prove to you that I can do it, because it was my goal. It was what I really wanted, and I knew that I can do it because I loved it. So I went forward. But of course, another challenges was come on my way, like one by one. New culture, new country, new market, and I needed to research. I started to attend different kind of classes. They didn't have much, but I started to attend to see what they have, what they are providing for the people. So most of the classes, it was in Georgian language, which is the first language here, and the second language, like here, is Russian, it's not English. Now it's getting more English, but the second one is Russian. So mostly classes, it was Georgian, but they had sometimes translator that you could use it for English. So this one, it just brought me just some ideas also, so I got the ideas. Another thing, sometimes my nationality was making some issue, challenges, languages, financial management. I had to make the customer to trust me, the agencies, the local agencies, they had to trust, because we were working on the international people, local people. So leadership, because I had to hire new chefs, and then the thing that I wanted to provide. So all these challenges, all of this, it just brought me new ideas. It brought me innovation to provide the first English cooking school in Georgia. So see, the challenges is come in your life, you can just use them to innovate something new. It's always like, it helps you to make something interesting and new for the people. Would you please go to the next step? Yeah. Okay, and then, so, okay, the school was just working. We had different classes, and slowly they started to know us because it was English. So a lot of international schools, universities, they were just bringing their students for the cooking classes, or tourists, they were coming. But what happened last year? Last year, something worldwide happened. The worldwide challenge, it was coronavirus. So coronavirus happened, and then it was like just overnight. No one knew, no one was prepared about it. No one had no clue what they have to do, especially food industry, because about the food and inspection, it was so blurred. No one had nothing was clear for people. So I was like, my school was one of the earliest businesses that we had to close. So we had to stop working. So see, you just try and work and then be. Do you have it? I lost for a second. Okay, is it okay now? Okay.
Yes, Chef, it's okay.
Okay, so I'm sorry for interrupt. So the biggest challenge came to everyone life. So not only me, to everyone, especially I can say food industry, they were the first like businesses that they were infected. So what I did, I had to close. Okay, I closed it. It was overnight. We had to decide and close the business. Because we couldn't, all of our classes, it was workshop and we needed physical contact, so we couldn't do that. And what I have to do, so I went back to the beginning. Okay, accept the challenge. Challenge came, accept the challenge. And now it's the time to overcome the challenge. How? So I start again to research. So a lot of times when you talk about research, like people think, okay, go and research. Like they think that they have to sit beside the laptop and search and then find something in the internet or in other business. Yeah, that is possible. That is one way, but it's not the only way. It's just like you can always research inside yourself, as I said. It just always there is a way inside yourself. From your abilities, the things that you know already, you can research inside. So what I can do now to make a difference? So I have to close this. What is the other way? So that's when it was like I was saying, okay, I have the culture. I know most of the cuisine. I know that I was trained. I'm in contact with the food. What I can do, I can just provide food for the people. So I started the catering. So I just shift the business from cooking the school to catering and costume cake decoration. So it was something inside me. It was like I just needed to research and go back to myself, to go back to my past, what I did, what I could do, and all of things. It just brought me another new idea. So, and then I started. But again, when we started the catering, it was during COVID, right? So of course, we faced a lot of other challenges, space limitation, and the physical distance, because we couldn't have that much employees because of the contact. We couldn't be too many people inside, and we had to choose people to those that they are really following the rules, because people outside also, they had the fear. Now it's getting a bit cold, but still that time it was too much fear for people, and then they were scared to trust. We had to make them again to trust. Marketing target was changed because always it was international, borders was open, so we had international, we had tourists, but now we don't have any more tourists, so we have to go back to the local people. So financial challenges because of COVID and a lot of things, and online ordering in some countries that people, they even before they used to order online. But in this country, people are mostly like physical, like they like to go and sit or to see, you know? So you had to make people to trust you, to learn, to order online, go to the social media, to change your social media targets, because you had to find what is effective here in this area. So too many things came on my way. But we did it all step by step, all the challenges. We just wrote all the challenges and we just overcome all these problems. So this is the way that if you just follow those steps, like challenges come and acceptance. So acceptance is really important. That two part you just follow, research. And research can be different things. It can be in your market. It can be inside yourself. Research can be from your own challenges even. For example, the futures. Would you please go to the next, please? Okay, and then there will come, okay, now we are doing this business, but it will come future challenges of business expansion. So you want to expand your business, or even like now the situation is getting a bit hard. So the new competitors is coming on your way because you are doing your business, so it might new business the same as you is gonna open. So still You have to go back again, research inside yourself, research your way and your knowledge to find another way to make your business unique. You know, you always have new ideas about it. Like, and some of the other challenges can come in future if you want to go, let's say, to another city or another country, mastering marketing, keeping your culture intact, new competitors, customers, and changes by season, even in your place. By season, the needs of customers can be changed. If you move to another country, another city, still the needs of your customers can change. So you have to be ready for all these things. You have to be in advance about it. And moving to another country sometimes happen that way. You just move and you start the same as what I did. You start the business. So that time you need to say, but if you have a chance to choose your country, just try to choose the right country, or to travel to that country you have in mind for a short time, see the market, go around, just be more familiar with their culture, what they need, how is the economy, all these things. It can just affect how you start your business and your ideas. And always you can have the innovation and new ideas, a hunting idea from around yourself, and then you just start this new business. Can you just video, please? Yeah. And innovation. So as I said, so all of us, we can have different kind of innovation. We can have we hunt the ideas. We can hunt the ideas from different people, different businesses. We can get the advices. But again, one of the things, as I said, that go back always to yourself. So a lot of times happen that all of us, we face different challenges, especially in food industry. You can face different kind of challenges in your own life. So since 2 years ago, I just I choose to be in keto lifestyle. So since I choose to be in keto lifestyle, I faced too many challenges here in this area, because there were not too many restaurants or places or catering that you could order, like some food with the food allergy or keto friendly, that easily, and it's gonna be like, you're gonna be relaxed. Okay, that is like, I'm relaxed, what they are using. No, you couldn't know, because there is not too many people or too many restaurants that they have the knowledge about this, and they are educated about keto friendly or celiac or gluten free, and this, and still there is not much places. So what I did, I used this challenge that I was facing by myself. I used it to innovate something new in my own business, because there were catering that they were working, right? So I had to make it somehow special. So what I did, I said, because always you need to improve something new, right? So when I was just trying, okay, I have to make something different, something just other things. So I used my challenge, and I just make it like a special order catering, especially for different kind of food allergies and diets, like a special diet. So people now, they trust me, and they know they can order their own special orders if they have food allergy, if they have some restriction. They can just come to me because they know what I'm using, what ingredients I'm using. They know that I'm really following those, and I'm educated about it. So this one, it was somehow the innovation that I made in my own business. Again, always you need to bring something new up. That is really important. That makes your business unique, especially in food industry. There is too many ways to make it unique and special for people. Okay, now as you are sitting here and listening to this webinar, I present you a challenge. I want you to think about something unique, new, or innovative that you can bring to food industry, and just let that be your idea in your business. Thank you so much for today and for your time. And there is my links and my some information or website. You can contact me anytime you want, and if I can do that. And I hope this webinar and this speech, it was helpful, and it's gonna give you some ideas for your business in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our lovely panel speaker, Chef Elahe Fergani, for that very interesting presentation. For sure, this will help enrich our knowledge and skills that we can apply and use in our field and in the future. We are so glad for the time and the effort you took to share your thoughts, ideas, and experiences in the food industry. Thank you, Chef.
Thank you so much.
I agree with you, Roy. Thank you again, Chef Elahe. So what caught my attention is the portion about secret to success. It is true that we must accept, innovate, and be open to the challenges that come our way. And once we overcome those challenges, it is indeed fulfilling. So now moving on to our third panel speaker, to be introduced by Chef Juby Ocampo, Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management student. Chef Juby, please.
Thank you, Angelica. Indeed, today is a wonderful and educational day, isn't it? So thank you so much to our keynote speakers early this morning and to our first and second panel speakers. For our today's third panel speaker, Guren Morgan and Mabuhay. So he developed 5 years of experience delivering mandates and business activities in over 5 countries worldwide. So he spent 6 months in India, Bodh Gaya, and another 6 months in Kathmandu, Nepal. So during this time, he was in charge of the pre-opening and opening of the hospitality vocational training centers prior to joining EAS. And also, he had several roles in business development, such as the BCV, or we used to call Banque Cantonale Vaudoise, and improved his practical experience in culinary at Grand Hyatt Berlin and the Nestle Alimentarium in Switzerland during his study at EHL, or École Hôtelier de Lausanne. His competencies are academic advisory, school development and conception, strategic advisory, academic and audits and inspections, and lastly, education, marketing, and branding. Everyone, so please join me in welcoming our last but not the least panel speaker, Mr. Victor Jaton, to impart his expertise with the topic École Hôtelier de Lausanne and the blueprint in teaching hospitality management as applied in digital marketing during the time of global crisis.
Hello everyone.
Hello, Mr. Victor.
May I ask you just to share the presentation? Yeah, perfect. So greeting from Switzerland. I hope you are all well, and thank you very much for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be invited to this online conference, and thanks for all the organizer to make this happen. Thank you. Next slide, please. So here's the agenda for my part. I will first introduce you to EHL, then talk about our academic certification scheme, and finally present you on how EHL manage its digital transformation. Next slide, please. So to start with, will, as I said, a quick intro of EHL Group. Next slide, please. So a little bit of history, and there is actually a mistake here because it should be 128 years and not 126. So EHL was founded in 1893 as the world's first hotel school in Switzerland. It is the pioneer in hospitality education, and you can go back to the previous one. Yeah. About the history. Yeah, thank you. So since EHL invented the concept of hotel management education, it has continually pioneered new programs and teaching methods to deliver the highest quality of education. Jacques Choumi was the name of the founder and president of EHL at the time, and he uses to be also the managing director of Lausanne Beau Rivage Palace, which is a famous hotel here in Lausanne. And he originally created the school to train professional hotel staff. Next slide, please. This is a visualization of how EHL Group is structured. So we structure our organization to be able to scale and to grow organically and independently from our home location, which is Lausanne. And in order to remain also the global leader in hospitality management education and to expand the international opportunities for our students, we have recently decided to open also a campus in Singapore. So currently we have 3 entities, Lausanne, Basug, and Singapore, which deliver university level degrees, bachelor and master, as well as professional vocational programs. So with our educational offer, we cover all levels of study. And finally, the last part on the right, advisory services, which I work for. In order to be closer to our customer, the advisory services branch have offices in Lausanne, Beijing, Shanghai, and New Delhi. And we are experts in hospitality education and hospitality business. Next slide, please. What is the teaching philosophy at EHL? We call it a balance of arts and science, and this makes EHL a distinct and unique teaching and learning experience worldwide. So students do not learn about business, but they also learn how to deal with people. And since the beginning of the studies, students cultivate the emotional intelligence. EHL is also a very, thank you. EHL is also a very pragmatic environment that ensure constant and cultural balance between theory and practical classes. You can go to the next slide, please. Yes, stay on this one, thank you. A good example is our preparatory year where students are involved in F&B and kitchen operation. It is, however, important to mention that EHL is not a school to train F&B operators, but still there is a component of it. So to conclude, the bottom line is that if you aspire to become a good manager, you have to start from the bottom and work your way up to the peak of the pyramid. Next slide, please. Finally, our success can be measured by concrete recognition and results, ranking from QS University, which puts us in #1 worldwide for hospitality and leisure management. The recognition of our restaurant, the Berceau d'Essence, will receive a 1-star Michelin. And it's important to mention that this restaurant is run by students and staff members. So as a practical restaurant, it's a great recognition to have a 1-star Michelin. And more importantly, the companies and recruiters who repeatedly come to us, even coming to our campus to hire our students and graduates. 96% employment rate shortly our graduation is also a great proof of the quality of our education. Next slide, please. So now let's talk quickly about the EHL academic certification scheme. So as you can see, we have a wide, next slide. Yeah, as you can see, we have a wide geographical presence and our international footprint has grown tremendously. We have provided advisory services for learning centers around the world, and our long-term purpose is to shape the future of hospitality together. What does it mean? It means that the purpose of EHL goes beyond the education business, and we aim at providing people and society as a whole with knowledge and human development, and really to feed the industry with qualified workforce. In 10 years, the travel and tourism industry will represent 1 in 10 jobs worldwide, so more than 400 millions of job worldwide. So there is really a space for hospitality education development, and this is even more feasible with our certified school and advisory education projects. Next slide, please. What is the EHL certification scheme? It is a quality assurance for hospitality school worldwide, and through the process of certification, we assist learning centers to achieve a high standard of academic quality assurance that is backed by EHL. So much more than a traditional academic accreditation, the EHL certification process addresses the institution as a whole to make the school successful and profitable in the long run. And I hope that PW will be part of it. Now, next slide, please. Let's talk about the digital transformation at EHL. Next slide, please. So what happened in 2020? The staggering impact of COVID on education system around the world is unlike anything we have seen in the post-war era. More than 1.6 billion of students have been affected, representing over 91% of all students in the world. And unsurprisingly, demand for online education has grown tremendously. So COVID-19 turned many organizations' long-term wish list into essential needs overnight. And in about a year, EHL has seen huge acceleration of its digitalization process. And universities are facing huge challenges as well, and education centers really need to balance academic continuity whilst putting health and safety as the number one priority, achieve a high level of agility and prepare in the case of a new threats or obstacles, remain attractive as well to prospective students with their evolving needs and desire, stay ahead of the curve when it comes to new technologies and tools for facilitating the learning, and finally take into consideration short-term needs as well as long-term strategy for the institution. Next slide, please. What EHL has achieved. So an immediate digital shift and long-term solution. So rather than create a temporary fixed solution, we completely transform our learning and examination setup, like many universities are, I believe. So within 6 weeks of the school closing, EHL have delivered over 7,000 hours of online teaching, hosted more than 2,000 virtual campus visits, and within 12 weeks, EHL had administered 12,000 online exams to 1,500 students in 90 countries. And this is a great example of proactiveness. Next slide, please. We have also implemented a new teaching model called HighFlex, which is a mix of hybrid and flexible. It is a method of combining face-to-face teaching with an equal online presence, and it is implemented via the use of a platform. So in 2 months, more than 700 plus hours of development done, and more than 500 hours of audiovisual installation work. So I can tell you that that was a lot of work. Next slide, please. What is the learning outcome in terms of technology skills? So there is talented educators and researchers at EHL. We were certainly open to technology before this year, but we are not technology experts. So we understood that we could not do this alone, but we wanted to have as much control as possible over the process. So with a strong management team, we led the position for the transformation, but we brought in tech experts to handle the development, integration, and implementation of the technological solutions. We also needed to be clear about where EHL retained intellectual property for innovation solutions. And we could draw as well on existing solutions or share our acquired expertise. What are the tips? Some tips for success in this. So ensure that your organization has a strong and unified management team to lead the digital transformation. Transformation vision, sorry. Bring in tech experts to develop, integrate, and implement. Ensure the retention of intellectual property and utilize existing solutions where possible. And finally, invest in training for non-technical staff to become more tech savvy. Next slide, please. What was the learning outcome for privacy and data security? So installing security measures was important, but relatively straightforward. The greater challenge lay in the ethical debates around personal privacy, a topic which triggers a strong but widely varying opinion to each other. And the exam proctoring is perhaps the best example. So we are using biometric markers and monitoring equipment to assess potential cheating during the examination. And ultimately, we decided that remote monitoring of this kind is somehow no different than being closely watched by a human being in a physical exam hall. As long as records are not retained unnecessary after the exam period. And it was for us a priority to carefully explain this process to our students and reinforcing why monitoring is important to uphold the quality of our and their qualifications. So some tips here. Scrutinize carefully any time personal data will be collecting during and any process, and ask yourself, is it necessary? Is it really necessary? Have a process as well for collecting, storing, and deleting the data, and ensuring they comply with legal regulation as well. Finally, communicate carefully whenever personal data will be collected and for what purpose to alleviate any concerns. Next slide, please. What is interesting here is the pre-digitalization and post-digitalization figures, and the figures are showing some key benefits. So we see clearly that with the digitalization, we were able to save time, simplify to administer the exam, for example, and it was as well environmentally friendly because we didn't use any paper. Next slide, please. A link here on how can we teach more digitally. So the virtual reality, and our first virtual reality course was launched in 2019, and a virtual reality course must enable to experience firsthand the situation students could face in their future careers, test their reaction and solution, and practice their problem-solving ability, and also see what happened next as a result of their action and decisions and adaptation. A key benefit of using virtual reality in education is that you learn through experience, and virtual reality allows to bring 2D objects to life and makes visualization a reality, enabling the students to really experience more than ever and learn in an immersive way. The practical application of this are huge, as a virtual reality opens up new ways to learn skills that were otherwise difficult to teach. Next slide, please. What is the, if we can call it secret, I don't know, but what is the secret of VHL? So digital readiness, we had, we were lucky to have pre-existing plan, which gave us the opportunity to accelerate our digital implementation and transformation, as well as a solid IT team. Innovation, of course, which is one of VHL values, and we pride ourselves on being pioneering. We are not afraid to try or to be the first one, and we also drive change with resilience. The third one is the mindset, a willingness among all staff members to swap out traditional methods for new technologies, which also is supported by great leadership support from the management. Next slide, please. So to finish, what are the value of digital transformation? Students benefit from highly engaging content. Both students and staff benefits from practicing tech skills. We are also breaking down the physical and geographical barriers to learning. It is a way to simplify processes. It can boost creativity and finally reduce running costs. So to conclude, we are living in a time of continuous change, and to thrive in this environment, organization need to use new technology and methods to continually innovate, rethink, and redesign processes, and to deliver students or customers to deliver better students or customer experiences. And digital transformation provides the opportunity for core business function to fundamentally change the way work is done, so that the organization can grow and remain competitive over time. Universities that build digital capabilities will have in the future the resilience to seamlessly pivot through any crisis, whether that's an extended COVID-19 or in any future calamity. Thank you very much. That's all for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Victor Jatod, for your insightful slides. Your presentation was very informative, and thank you for bringing up the importance of digital marketing. That is indeed beneficial at this very moment. A lot of people now are searching for strategies to respond to the challenges brought by this crisis. Again, we want to thank all our panel speakers for sharing your insights and for being with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Once again, thank you, Mr. Victor Haton. So my takeaway in Mr. Victor Haton's presentation is that to be a good manager or leader, you must start at the bottom. And the use of technology or digital transformation nowadays is very essential due to the crisis that we are facing right now, and so that we can all accelerate and move towards success. And now for our plenary discussions, let us lend our ears and pay our attention to our lovely moderators, Marnelli Marquez and Rio May Toralba, Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management students.
Thank you, Angelica. Good day, everyone. Now, we are excited that we can have this panel discussion, and a very big thank you to our international panelists that have taken their time out today to come together and share with us this very important information that we're going to discuss about. Now, before anything else, everyone, I'd like to introduce to you my co-moderator for today, Marnelli. Hi, Marnelli. How are you?
Hi, Rio, and hello, everyone. Of course, I feel awesome and very eager to finally meet our panel speakers. The moment is here, and I am very honored to join them for the discussions.
Sure, I feel so excited as well, Marnelli. Now, just to kick off our panel discussion, can you please do the honors in introducing our esteemed panelists for today?
Certainly. It is my pleasure to introduce our panelists for today, starting off with the founder, director, and executive chef of Elasi Culinary Institute, Tbilisi, Georgia. Please say hello to everyone, Chef Alahe Fergani.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Chef.
Hi.
He was a He was awarded a professional master's in hospitality and tourism by the University of Toulouse, France, and earned a certification train-the-trainer program organized by HRDF. From Malaysia, Mr. Patrick Daya.
Hi everyone, good day.
Thank you. He developed 5 years of experience delivering mandates and business activities in over 5 countries worldwide. He is also the junior consultant for educational consulting and certification of EHL advisory services. From Switzerland, Mr. Victor Jatan. Welcome, dear panelists.
Thank you so much, Marnelli, for that. I know for sure a lot of our attendees are eager to ask questions anchored to our conference theme, breaking barriers, surviving to thrive through research innovation, synergism of trends, challenges, and agility. Now, the 6 keywords from our theme are agility, challenges, innovation, surviving, thrive, and trends. But for now, I'm going to ask all of you to park your questions for the meantime, because we are going to save some time for you to ask specific questions to the panel in the end. And for our dear panelists, you are all encouraged to jump in and share your thoughts anytime you feel interested in a certain question. Okay, so let's get started. Hello, dear panelists. How's everyone?
All is awesome.
Great, thank you. Awesome.
That's great. That's great to hear. Now, just before we proceed, may I please request all of you, or the 3 of you, to please check and make sure that we are at the center of the camera for better visibility of our virtual audience and for photo opportunity shortly as well. Thank you.
Okay, just a moment.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I think everybody's all set now. Okay. Now, we currently have 1,958 registered participants and 23 countries who is with us right now, who are eagerly listening to all of you. And you know what? I must admit, I myself can't help but get so amazed. You all sounded so driven. Now, my question is, what fueled all of you to come up with your topic? Maybe we can start off with Patrick, followed by Chef Ella, and last will be Victor.
For a start, I think the topic basically was given to me due to my background, whereby I have the best of both worlds. I enjoy the best of both worlds in terms of hospitality operation background and also the world of academic. So when you integrate these two, you're able to basically share from both party perspective, from the operation point of view and also from the academic point of view. Thank you.
That's great. How about you, Chef Ella?
Yeah, for me, it was like when I just saw the subject, it was exactly what I am doing, and it was really connected to my background, my training, and then my everyday challenges in my life. So it was really interesting for me to, and really pleasure to be part of this meeting and this conference, because it was really connected me to the past and then to now and future as well.
That's great. How about Victor? Victor? I think Victor's connection is, I think he lost his connection. Is he here? Okay. Yes, Miss Angelica?
I can see he's here. Maybe just a problem with the connection. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. No worries. Maybe we can get back to Victor later on. Now, I guess I agree with all of you. Indeed, research in all aspects, its parts and rigors, excitements and its purpose are equally and very relevant, most especially with the current challenges that the hospitality and tourism industry is facing nowadays. Now, we would definitely need to amplify and boost our vibrant industry through research and development, and to discover new body of knowledge push for new innovation and incorporating technology in every process and strategies. Ms. Marnelli?
Yes, actually, thank you, Ms. Rio. And actually, now, Patrick, while you were speaking a while ago, I was struck on the quote you've said: technology cannot replace humans, which we agree about. Amidst that, we're entering the digital world where some of the other countries use robots to deliver requests and such technologies that company thinks more productive and saves money. What will be your advice to those considering this for their future investment as advancement?
Well, that's indeed a very tough question. Okay. But nevertheless, the usage of robotics in hospitality or tourism, it is just a temporary measure. Many hotels are basically using it a trial and error basis because when you are rehiring back staff after the pandemic, it will take time for you to either hire the same staff that left the company or you are rehiring a fresh new ones. But operation still has to go on. So you need to find a short-term solution. So short-term solution, we use robot because the concern is when we have guests, they order food and drinks, we use robot first. And yes, some guests are very excited, especially the ladies, to see a robot serving. And not the robot just bring the tray to you, but the robot cannot pick up the glass and put it on the table for you. So if the guest is paying service charge, they have to take their own drink. So we have to think it that way. So to me, it is both good and bad, intangible and tangible. But long term, I still believe in from the heart, and that it needs a personal touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Now, I can say that technology is indeed the future of the hospitality and tourism industry, but just like what Patrick mentioned a while ago, human interaction or personal touch is still the best thing, right? Now, this next question goes out to all of you. Now, what do you think is the major impact in terms of trying to maintain business continuity when guests or students are not coming in? So maybe we can go ahead and start with Chef Ella, and then followed by Victor, and last will be Patrick.
I'm sorry, can you say your question one more time? The sound is really repeating all the time, so I cannot repeat. It's not clear for me.
Sure, no problem. What is the major impact in terms of trying to maintain business continuity when guests or students are not coming in?
So the main thing is that you have to, as what I experienced about it, is just for example, for myself, I did just shift my business, because I really believe to the physical, attachment with the student. But a lot of business that they are doing, like distance or online, and which I just trying to use some online courses as well, online classes as well. But for me, it was just like how I just shift my business because I really believe that this being near and touching, as Sir Patrick said, it's just like this emotion things that you can feel the people inside beside you, or you be there, is really important.
Thank you. How about Victor? Hello? Well, I think Victor still has a connection issue. Maybe we can move forward to Patrick.
Yes, the impact is normally associated with your revenue and also your manpower. Whenever you are faced with challenges in any kind, any form, so you will tend to reduce your manpower, you let it go, you only have the minimum. So basically one in F&B, one in front office, one in housekeeping, one security, and etc. So when you are still operating an operation that involves costs, you still have expenses, you still have to pay salary. So when there is no revenue coming in, you still have to fork out. However, big companies like the Shangri-Las, the Mandarin Oriental, all these big chain hotel, Marriott, Sheraton, at the moment, they have the financial capability to sustain. However, for the smaller companies, that is where option A, shut down. Option B, temporary closure. Option 3, take over by the bigger company. So these are the two main challenges that hotel faces in challenging times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Chef Ella and Sir Patrick. I agree with you. Revenue and power are two of those major impact in terms of trying to maintain business continuity. And by the way, Chef Ella, when I read your resume, I was really impressed. Your passion, focus, and love of your craft in the culinary industry has two important ingredients: the research and innovations. Can you describe further, Chef?
Can you say the last part of it? I don't have the voice.
All right.
Okay. Yes?
Yes. Your passion, focus, and love of your craft in the culinary industry has always two important ingredients. This is research and innovations. Can you describe further, Chef, about your about this?
Yes, exactly. My passion about food, and then as I mentioned in my presentation as well. So the challenges I was facing, or the ingredients that I had to, the special ingredients, it always makes me to research. Like the request that I had from my customer, or special orders, or even for my classes before, I always research for them. I always try to find new recipes, new ways to work and innovate. Always, in your way, because sometimes when you research, you have a lot of recipes, a lot of ways, a lot of format of following, but it depends on the request that you might have in your business and your in your way of your journey. So you might be you have to be flexible. That is like food industry is really dynamic, and you should be flexible. You should be ready to change by the request and by the things around you. Sometimes, as I said, the needs of your customers, needs of your market, the changing of your market. All these things can just makes you bring you back to research in the internet, in other businesses, research inside yourself, research of your challenges that you were faced before. All these things can make you hunt ideas and then innovate something new and unique.
Thank you, Chef.
Well, Chef Ella, that's very well said. If I'm going to summarize what you've mentioned a while ago, Chef Ella, women are always being tested, but ultimately each of us must define who we are individually. And I think we have to do the best job that we can to grow into it, right? So,
exactly.
Great. Well, Chef Ella, your words are truly inspiring. Thank you so much for those words that you mentioned. You're welcome. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure if Mr. Jaton is still online. Is he
Yes.
online?
I had a problem, with my connection, but I'm back.
Well, welcome back, Victor. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. Now, Victor, while I was listening to your presentation a while ago, I was really amazed on how advanced the teaching model implemented by EHL. Now, I think it is a very bold move for EHL to incorporate hybrid and flexible, or as you mentioned a while ago, it's actually known as high flex method of teaching. Now, what captures my attention, Victor, was how you use VR, or the virtual reality, and administering exams through virtual proctoring. Now, Victor, given the current educational system within Asia alone, what would be the best advice you can give for us to be able to reach that digital era, quote unquote, in research, education, and global certification successfully?
That's a hard question, but I guess we should. I think there is a really important component of just try new things, and of course, some universities have a different level. And for example, at THL, as I mentioned, innovation is actually one of the values of THL. So we really strive to start new things, and virtual reality can be one of many components of bringing digital things. Of course, as Mr. Patrick also was mentioning during his presentation, technology will never replace human, so we should really try to bring or to melt kind of a melting pot between technology and human feeling. I don't know if I answer a little bit of your question or.
Well, you actually did. Thank you. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you, Victor. I'm sure, yes, the information was very helpful for us, especially that, we should not be afraid to try new things, of course, and our willingness would also be at top first. So thank you for your advice. And
Ladies, can I add something to that question?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Like I shared earlier, the world of academia is transforming itself to digitalization. Everything is using technology to study, which is a very good idea. Now, so basically, for the hotel industry, the usage of digitalization is when you are analyzing reports, when you are analyzing your sales, and then you are analyzing your corrective action. So how two parties can merge together so the industry can learn from the graduates and the master student how to really produce a report efficiently by using certain formats. Because a report is not easily done by people in the industry because you are so busy. So you see how two areas can really integrate and help each other in terms of producing and analyzing, especially report, sales, etc., etc. Thank you. Just to add on.
Thank you again to Patrick and Victor, and also to Chef Ella for that response as well.
Okay, now just before we open the floor to our virtual audience, now please allow me to acknowledge some of our active Facebook Live watcher who's been with us since this morning. So we have from Blonde State University, City College of Angeles, Surigao State College of Technology, Initao College, Palawan State University, Ifugao State University, Negros Oriental State University, Capiz State University, Pontevedra Campus, Western Philippines University, Puerto Princesa City, Abra State Institute of Sciences and Technology, and La Consolacion University of the Philippines. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. Now we are officially opening the floor to our dear virtual audience to ask their questions to our panel speakers. Now feel free to hit the raise hand icon so we can call you. Now you may also send your questions through our chat box, and just a gentle reminder to everyone to please mute your microphones when not speaking to reduce the background noise. Now, while waiting for our dear organizers to collate all the questions from our virtual audience, maybe we can talk further about the topics that you have presented, dear panelists. Now, let me just start off first by saying that since pandemic hits, distance learning, just like what you guys mentioned a while ago, became the new approach. Now, knowing that hospitality management requires practical skills like in housekeeping, culinary, and such, Victor, what are the challenges you and the students in EHL experience on how the practical examinations be like, for example, in bed making virtually?
So at KHL, the practical part is during the preparatory year, and hopefully for us, the preparatory year students could still come on campus and do practical hours. So this was a sort of a deal with the government in order to be able for the students during 6 months to still, for example, do work in the kitchen. So this was a real part. But then in bed making with the virtual reality, there is also an important thing to understand is that in the case of EHL, we are not making housekeeping professionals. So what we want to do is we just want to make students understand how housekeeping is working, but we don't want to make them housekeeping professionals. So somehow, if there is not a real bed or they practice real bed making, it was not really affecting our curriculum in that way.
Great. Thank you so much, Victor. Marnelli?
Okay, somebody raises his hand. The question is for Patrick. Okay, the question is, how are hotels adapting their business operations to receive travelers and go back to business, but still remain sustainable? What are the best ways to gain guests' confidence back?
Thank you very much for the question. I guess this is a very common question among every hospitality operator this time. Many general managers of hotels are fighting for a business fight. And also, this is a good idea for hospitality businesses to relook into their business model. For example, if let's say your main market is coming from China, for example, whereby the virus is continuing to spread, and you know that there's no hope of maintaining the same market, you have to look at other markets in order for you to sustain. So basically the market is huge. The market is very, very huge. Like now, in order to sustain during pandemic, borders are closed. Borders are closed. So what can be done is just to sustain, basically just to encourage domestic tourism. How? Okay. We all know that, I'm talking about Malaysian perspective. Malaysians do not travel domestically. They love to travel to countries like Philippines, Thailand, Korea, Japan, etc., etc. So now, the business model is to attract local. But local asks, I'm from KL, why should I stay in a hotel? Good question. Why should I stay in a hotel? No, we're not asking you to stay in a hotel. We are encouraging domestic tourism within Malaysia. You know, you have Penang, the city up north, here and there. So it's just to sustain. You cannot maintain the same business model because you do not know how long that country border is closed. A very good example is Thailand, Phuket. There's one luxury resort in Phuket created a very excellent idea whereby they targeted luxury guests who hired a private jet, flew into Phuket, this luxury resort, the guests quarantined for 2 weeks. And after the quarantine is over, certified by the health official, this guest is able to travel within certain boundary of Phuket, not the whole town. So these are the steps that you must do, whatever it takes to sustain it. I hope that the person asking the question that I'm able to answer your question. To have sustainable thing, you have to change, relook. Sorry, the word to use is relook into your business model because you need to have revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Now, there's also another question here from Irvin Villaseran. And his question is, how do hospitality businesses can crisis-proof their business model at this challenging time? Any of you can answer this.
Was it the same question as before? Because when I think I saw the same question.
No,
the same question, different question. Okay. I think the response to that was similar to what I answered earlier. So maybe Mr. Victor from Switzerland or Chef has some sharing.
Yes. Yes, Victor, maybe you can share something?
Yeah. Okay. So the question was about how to reinvent its business model, right?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe I can just add on of Patrick's comment about domestic tourism and share an experience of in Switzerland. So I completely agree with Patrick, and we've seen in Switzerland a really increasing demand of domestic tourism, and it's interesting that that in Switzerland you have three parts. You have a French part, an Italian part, and a Swiss German part, and it was a great opportunity for all the Swiss to just travel in the Swiss region, and how so it was interesting because if I'm living personally on the French part, so if I go to the Italian part, I have the feeling to go in Italy because people speak Italian, but it's still Switzerland. So this is just to comment to add on Patrick's comment in terms of business model. I think it's a really complex situation because somehow the big picture of the hotel business model to me has not really changed so far. It's still, it's so yeah. That's my comment on this.
Okay, thank you so much, Victor. Renelli?
All right. We have another question, and the question is for any one of you as well. With many recovery plans springing left and right, this is from Edwin Villaflor. With many recovery plans springing left and right for various organizations and councils around the world, what is your take on this?
So allow me.
Sure, Patrick, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Edwin, for your very challenging question indeed. Yes, you are right. You are indeed right. Many hotels and tourism are planning. Okay, let me rephrase the word. Yeah, many hospitality and tourism companies, agencies are planning the recovery plan. Okay, a similar question. If I were to ask you, Edwin, can you please tell me the best university in Manila that offers hospitality? I use the word best. Okay, so in this case, I need to change the word best ideal. It should be the ideal plan. Okay, why I will share with you ideal plan? Okay, we have recovery plan. Okay, thank you, Janelle. PW, the best university. Thank you very much. Right. When you have the ideal, not the best. When you have ideal plan, the first thing is you have a plan. You have a plan for recovery, and your recovery is this. You can control your plan. You can control your plan. However, you cannot control the government ruling. You cannot control the other government ruling, and of course, you cannot control the spread of the pandemic. Right? So, any hotel that has got an ideal plan for recovery is to put into action the plan first. Because at this moment, hotels are still having a lot of questions. When can I execute my ideal plan without any green light from the government? So when the government gives a yellow light before the green, then the ideal plan can be executed. And the ideal plan is equals to trial and error. Trial and error. At least there is a plan. There is no best plan. To my opinion, there's always an ideal plan. You have a plan, better than not having a plan at all. I hope that in a way answers your question, not 100%, but something that I think. Thank you very much.
That's right. So we have to try, at least we can check and test different waters, and we would be able to see which one works best, right, Patrick?
Yes, yes, exactly.
Okay, great. So there's also another question here from Mariter Arquiza Villardo. And the question is, in your own opinion, what are the barriers that usually block the path to transformation? Maybe this question is best be answered by Chef Ella. Chef? I think, can Chef Ella hear us? Chef Ella? Victor or Patrick, any of you can answer this question, please?
Victor?
So what is the barriers to transformation?
That usually blocks the path to transformation. That's right. Yep.
So let me think, just 30 seconds or 1 minute. So what is barrier to transformation? I would say when someone just simply do not want to change. So a willingness to not change.
Yeah.
Change is for me that's the main barrier.
Yeah.
So how you drive change is, for example, taking the example of DHL, is that according to your values and purpose and mission and vision, you just drive the change and strive for continuous improvement.
Right, that's right. So maybe just to elaborate what Victor mentioned a while ago, if there would be any transformation that will going to happen, we have to make sure that it will come within us. There should be willingness whenever we want to transform. All right, Marnelli?
All right. There is another question here. The question is, how does social media change the name of the game in food industry? Maybe Chef Ella can answer us, or anyone from our yes, Chef Ella. Yes, Chef Ella, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Hi, Chef. Yes, we can.
I don't know what's going on with my connection. I had to go out and come back.
It's all right. You can hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just have another question here. Maybe you can answer. Okay. The question is, how does social media change the name of the game in food industry?
In my opinion, social media provide us another avenue to connect with our customers and to present our business, if it's restaurant or any kind of business in food industry that we have. Like without social media, it's a lot of people and a lot of customers, they cannot know about our business, because social media helps us to, especially these days, it helps us to present ourselves to the world and even to to those customers. That's why I mentioned in my presentation, it's really important that you, any kind of business you have to find what is the major social media uses in your area first. So use that one as as something to show your business and just to provide the information, so you will have the customers for your business. Also, where marketing involved, it's really important to be connected to the social media, depending on the geographic and demographic of the place and the market and the business that you have already.
Thank you, Chef Ella. Indeed, social media is a powerful platform for us, especially
right.
for our company and businesses. And we also had to know.
May I add on?
Yes,
Sorry
go
to
ahead.
interrupt. Yeah. I think we all know smartphone. Everybody, almost 80% of the population has smartphone, and smartphone companies every moment, every second, they comes out with new model, with new brand that enable us to complete our job online, marketing, F&B, you name it, is there. And we all know that when we walk into a restaurant, a cafe, Starbucks, anywhere, people in one table do not communicate with each other. Everybody is busy on the phone. So we use that advantage. We use that advantage to basically spread about what you are doing. Because everyone, every second, even when you go home, you don't talk to your parent. You are busy on the phone. You see, so you see how powerful the social media influence on the effect of human being these days. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Victor, do you have anything to add on what Patrick and Ella mentioned a while ago?
Well, I cannot agree more to what they said. And yeah, I mean, to me personally, also I try to stay away sometimes from social media. I think it's important to do so. But I just have, if you may, just to come back about the business model question in hotels. Can I, because I thought of something suddenly.
Sure.
So there is of course new business models, and an example is Marriott is going also for scale with the acquisition of Starwood, for example, is forming alliances as well with strategic partners like Alibaba, and this is something new in the hotel industry. Accor also is edging its best by acquiring hospitality tech startup platforms. Hilton also is making huge investments in their own technological capabilities. So this is somehow example also of new business model in the hotel industry. Also, something to mention, new business model in hotel is of course Airbnb. Well, now it's not new, but anymore. But this is something I just wanted to add on the previous question.
Great. Thank you so much, Victor, for sharing those thoughts. Now, we do have another question here, and the question goes, what will hospitality management careers of tomorrow looks like, given that we are still under the pandemic era?
I would love to share that.
Sure. Go ahead, Patrick.
Okay. Honestly speaking, tomorrow and the day after will be a brighter day. Will be a brighter day for this hospitality education. For one, because number one is that we still need education, hospitality, because we are in the hospitality section now. Many colleges will not just shut down. Maybe the smaller player, the one has got numbers of 10 and they may shut down or taken over by the bigger company. Okay, and I will still tell you, not share with you or advise you that do not look beyond tomorrow or day after. I will still tell you to look at the present moment. Okay, for example, right now, okay, let's say in September this year, hospitality industry has started to look for people, and you are about to graduate. But are you ready to work in the to find a job in the hotel if you don't have the required skills, the 10 skills, or some of it that I shared earlier, like the art of communication, adaptability, problem solving? Because these are what the hotels are looking for. They are not looking for someone perfect. They're looking for someone with the right A, B, C, attitude, behavior, character. So by constantly being positive in your mindset, that I believe tomorrow will be another better day. I don't care about the pandemic. Okay? The only thing that will prevent the person who asked the question from moving forward is a four-letter word called FEAR. Forget everything and run. Forget everything, quit your education, go home, shake your leg and don't do anything. So do not let fear control you. You see, like I'm sure Chef Ella will agree, she's a chef. Okay, she loves eating. And I'm sure that if this is not virtual, we are heading face to face, she will cook up some fantastic dishes for us to eat. You know? So to the person who asked the question, move forward. Reduce your fear. I almost said don't worry. Just move forward. Okay. Just move forward and think positive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Exactly. And I have to add just something like really shortly. Like you are really right, dear Patrick. And this, as I said, also, it's just like another challenge. You know, it's just like that is what we are facing every day. It's not only like it's COVID. Yeah, COVID it was a big because it was for everyone. But if you go to each person life and business and then the journey that they are facing and the challenges, every day they are facing new challenges. So this one we have to just get it as new challenge also, and then again to be ready for acceptance and then just go forward. As you said, stay positive. Yeah, that's right.
Great. Thank you so much. Yes, Victor?
Can I add something also on this? The World Economic Forum also has predicted that 65% of children entering now in primary school will ultimately end up working in completely new job type that don't exist yet. So this is really interesting, and that's why the soft skills that Patrick mentioned are really key. And we really need to train soft skills like adaptability, learnability, in order to really make the future generation ready for any changes in any industry.
Great. Thank you so much, Victor. Ornelli?
Yes. Another question, and this goes for Chef Ella. Chef Ella, being a woman who successfully runs her own business, how can you be a support system to other female business owners and to those aspiring women who would like to dive into men-driven culture of business?
Great question.
The first thing as a woman and owner in a business, it's just like all of my employees are women. So somehow I am supporting women. I have like all the chefs, international chefs I'm working, and all other workers, assistant, financial, like content, and all of them are women. So this is one way that I'm supporting them. And then the other thing is I'm providing monitoring business for those people that they are going to start their business, the women that they are going to start their business. I just provide monitoring and helping them for the business plan and as much as I can. So I am with them for the beginning of their business to help them to grow and to face this kind of a lot of challenges that they might have and they for sure they will have. And the other thing that I am doing also is I provide some social media programs, like it's doing lives, cooking lives, and I'm bringing different kind of chefs. Like I have few like men chefs also, but mostly women, to just to present themselves about their business and then what they are doing, and in Facebook and Instagram as well. So like this is gonna be like, because now as we said, the social media is really strong, as Patrick said as well. So this is gonna help a lot of people just to promote their own business, especially when they are in a startup.
Excellent
Please let me add. Please let me add. Okay. The person who asked this question, I think it's a female, but thank you. Thank you so much for asking this question. I really appreciate that. I need to share this. the emergence of the female in the industry is a wake-up call to the guys.
Correct.
It's a wake-up call that you can, okay? If you come from the industry, or see, I still connect with the industry. Sometimes I feel the men are talking too much. Okay, so to the men in this platform, okay, I won't apologize for what I'm saying, but this is the truth. I speak to industry people who've been too long in the industry. It's time for you to move on. The female, you know, they really work very hard to climb, and mostly pastry department, you see, female as the leading chefs. Okay, and I will salute that. Okay, the only challenge for me is that sometimes when a person like me goes in to teach something about culinary to all female, is the positioning that they have towards me. A guy is teaching the female. That's the only issue, which can be erased as we move along. So yes, I do agree in the emergence of talented female in the world of culinary or hospitality because they have to work really hard. Okay, I do have two former female bosses before, but they were tough, they were strong, they were independent, and I learned. I learned to be what they call it in short form SOAB. I won't say what it means lah. Okay, but again to the person asked the question, I thank you. Really, very good question. Well done. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you
Can
so
I
much,
also
Matthew.
add something quickly?
Please go ahead,
Do you
Victor.
agree, Victor, to what Patrick said a while ago?
Of course, I agree. But I'm gonna say something that is in line with what everyone said. So, just to give you an example, my grandmother has a really good restaurant here in Lausanne, and she has it since 40 years. And the funny fact is that she's only hiring men. So she's the possibility to all the men working in the restaurants, and I think it's also a great example in line with life.
Great. Thank you so much, Victor. Now, another question pops in here. It says here, what will be the estimated cost studying in one of the best hospitality school in the world? I believe this is for Victor. This question is for
Yeah.
Victor.
So yes, so at HL, so there is two different kind of fees. If you're Swiss, you pay a lower amount to study at HL, but if you are an international student, the cost is actually really high. I don't know the exact number, but you can find it online. However, it's important to mention that EHL is investing a lot of money in digital education, digital transformation. Also, they're investing a lot. Now we are building a new campus, which will be ready at the end of the year, and it's gonna be just a really high-end campus with everything on site to really create a real community. So, to me, you know, of course, it's expensive, but it's worth to be part of this. Maybe in the future they will have some new business model in education. For example, there is something called let me just, I don't really remember, but something that is linked with your future income. So, for example, I think university in the US are doing that. Is that you have a kind of a payback of what you spend on your tuition fees. So maybe in the future there will be new business model to also increase the opportunity for students to come and study in high-end universities. But there is the possibility also to do scholarships. So let's put it that way, the cost is high, but it's worth it.
Well, you know what, Victor, you saying all of those things, that makes me think of, really hope that I can also experience what EHL can offer. So definitely that will be a game changer for all of us. Right, Marnelli?
I agree. I am looking forward to that. It's, something that we can actually, that's a great opportunity for us,
Definitely.
also.
Can I ask something, please?
Sure.
Sorry, I get excited when you talk about education and hospitality. Okay, coming from the academic world, to the person who asked this question, I will not use the word best hospitality, but I'll use the most reputable. Okay, studying in Switzerland or UK is fantastic because you have to ask yourself: are you looking at the price factor, or are you looking at the level of education that you will receive in the end? Because the level of education, the content you receive, can never beat the price because it's priceless. So basically, when you are pursuing in other country, yes, you get to travel in other country, you learn and you experience different culture and many things. Okay, but the most important when you are in an institution, regardless any country, is the differences that the faculty member makes in your life. And I give you, and I'm honored to give you the best example I have. If you enter PWU School of Hospitality, you have the person who can make a difference in your life, Dean Dr. Prime Abellana.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. That is the major difference. Thank you. I hope that person understand.
Right. Thank you so much, Patrick. Yes, Marnelli?
Yes, we are actually very honored that you are our speakers for this conference, and it's a great opportunity for us hearing those discussion with you.
We still have a lot of questions lined up for our dear panelists, but unfortunately we do not have much time. So I think we're ready to ask our panel speakers their takeaway. Dear panel speakers, before we end our session, maybe you can give us your last 1-minute message for our virtual audience listening to us right now, especially the students in their thesis and or research engagements in their in this unprecedented time. Now, maybe we can start with Chef Ella, then Victor, and last will be Patrick. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I have to say I'm really honored as well. And then thank you very much for all your time. The only thing that I really want to share is just, it came just from my heart and then from the challenges and the experience that I have. Never give up and just always stay positive. So if I want to, today, as I said, the time was short, but if I want to tell you like all the story, I can just write a book about the challenges that I faced before and every day. So especially in other country, in foreign country, I studied in foreign country and I opened my business in foreign country. So it was never give up, always believe in yourself and always have a dream and goal. That is really important. Anyone ask me always, should I just move? Should I do immigrant to another country? I always say just have a goal first. It's really important. What is your goal? Where you want to be? That is really important, and it brings you the way, and it shows you the way, and shows you the passion to do it. Thank you so much again. It was amazing to see you all, and you brought me back to Philippines. It was amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef Ella. Yes? Victor?
Yeah. So if I can just give a really simple message. Now there is a new trend that is called lifelong learning, and universities are starting to do that. And what does it mean? It means that, for example, when you enter in any kind of university, you can come back to this university and learn again. And I think to me, the learnability, the capacity, and the willingness to learn new things should be a quest in the life of any kind. So never stop learning, and I wish you a great success for your future.
Excellent takeaway, Victor. Lastly, Patrick.
Hi, I would like to begin by sharing two quotes. The first quote is from Dr. Stephen Covey, who has a book that is on the title name, "Give the Man a Fish, he will eat it for a day. Teach him how to fish, he will do it for a lifetime."
Correct, yes.
And my second quote is from a very popular leader from India, who always say, "If you are a human being, please, okay, be a human first." So this is always I share with people because sometimes we forget who we are. My message to the student pursuing education, method level, you pursue an education for a reason known to you. Education or how you live your life, okay, if you pass with flying colors, it does not define who you are. Who you are is your A, your B, your C. Your attitude, your behavior, and your character defines who you are and defines what you want to do. So always be surrounded by people who spread constant positivity in your life. Always be around people who spread endless love in your life. And last but not least, just remember, no matter what you do, move forward. Don't look back. If you want to look back, make sure Dr. Abellana is there to push you forward. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, dear panelists. I'm sure our audience would also want to express their appreciation for all the inspiring talks today. But for now, I would like to thank the virtual audience for coming and joining us. And again, a big thank you to our panelists for imparting us your inspiring and moving words to our conference. Thank you, everybody. Back to you, Angelica and Roy.
Wow.
Have a good day, everyone. Stay safe. No, I haven't signed out yet. Don't worry. Excitement. Okay. Sorry, Roy. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, sir. It's okay, sir. So thank you very much to our panel speakers and of course to Marnelli and Rio for that very amazing discussion. Angelica?
Wow, that was a mind-blowing discussion. Thank you very much to our awesome panel speakers and moderators. Now to award the plaque of recognition to our dearest panel speakers for taking part in this very significant, timely, and relevant international research conference, may we invite on our beloved Dean of the School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Efraimel Jose Abellana, and Conference Co-Chair Maria Luella Lopez.
Thank you, Angelica. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Chef Ella, Patrick, and Victor. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much. Lai, please, go ahead, Lai.
Thank you, Dean. It's my honor to read the citation for our three panel speakers. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management awards this plaque of recognition to Mr. Patrick Daya for imparting his invaluable insights, knowledge, and wisdom as panel speaker in the first SHM International Virtual Research Conference with the theme, Breaking Barriers, Surviving to Thrive Through Research Innovation, Synergism of Trends, Challenges, and Agility, given the 29th day of May 2021 at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila City, Philippines. Signed, Dr. Efraimel Jose Abellana, Dean, School of Hospitality Management. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Patrick.
much. Thank you.
For Chef, Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management awards this plaque of recognition to Chef Eli Fergani for imparting her invaluable insights, knowledge, and wisdom as panel speaker in the first SHM International Virtual Research Conference with the theme, Breaking Barriers, Surviving to Thrive Through Research Innovation, Synergism of Trends, Challenges, and Agility, given the 29th day of May 2021 at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila City, Philippines. Signed, Dr. Efraimel Jose Abellana, Dean, School of Hospitality Management. And lastly, thank you, Chef. Lastly, Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management awards its plaque of recognition to Mr. Victor Jeton for imparting his invaluable insights, knowledge, and wisdom as panel speaker in the first SHM International Virtual Research Conference with the theme Breaking Barriers, Surviving to Thrive Through Research Innovation, Synergism of Trends, Challenges, and Agility. Given this 29th day of May 2021 at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila City, Philippines. Signed, Dr. Fremuel Jose Abellana, Dean, School of Hospitality Management. Thank you, Mr. Jeton.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel speakers.
All right. Thank you, Dean, and thank you, Ms. Lai. Now, moving forward, may we request a photo op with the speakers and the committees as a remembrance for today's very important event. So may I request everyone to please turn your cameras on for the photo opportunity. All right. Hold on. All right, I can't one. All right. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. All right, another one. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, again, congratulations and thank you to our dear panel speakers.
All right, that was amazing talking and of appreciation to our stellar panel of experts in the academic research, culinary, and business innovation. And of course, from the knowledge and learning school developments and certifications. Thank you so much to all our passionate and expert panel speakers. So at this juncture, let us now listen and pay our attention to Jason Robert Santos, LPT, for the synthesis of this afternoon session. Sir Jason?
Thank you, Sir Roy. Thank you very much to our dear speakers who shared their knowledge and expertise about the hospitality industry during these difficult times. Mr. Patrick Daya mentioned that learning new things in life is permanent. Education is one essential need in life that provides growth and development in skills. Local and international training opportunities will develop skills in areas that focuses on technical, management, and productivity. Diversity is one factor that promotes a greater sense of safety with foreign cultures by exposing oneself to traditions and practices. This concludes that human interaction has creativity, communication, and collaboration compared to technology, which it doesn't have. The technology is just a tool that provides efficiency and ease at work. Mr. Daya also added that hospitality education is the key driver of the hospitality industry. This is where hospitality students are trained and exposed to different principles, fabrics, and fundamentals of the industry. Now for the students out there, Mr. Daya's message for you is to focus on what makes you happy and never stop learning. Chef Elia Forgani inspired us by sharing her experiences that you will be successful when you start from the bottom. Learning different cuisines, cultures, and customs is one important way of succeeding oneself. Chef Forgani shared her secrets to success by accepting challenges, researching, and creating adaptation towards innovation. As an entrepreneur, Chef Forgani mentioned that the business is a success when innovation, leadership, financial management, and customer loyalty when mixed together. So opening a business during the pandemic is not a hindrance, but it is an opportunity to research and develop new ways to cater the market that can lead to business expansion. And lastly, for Mr. Jeton, he assured us that technical skills can still be developed through online learning, and it's only a matter of procedure and what to be used. So technology is an indispensable tool to utilize when unexpected events occur like the COVID-19 pandemic. So he added that practical and real-life learning is more effective together when with multicultural groups. So despite education centers are facing challenges nowadays, learning is a continuous cycle to produce productive and responsible future industry practitioners, alongside with this solid instructional foundation. Thank you very much, Sir Roy.
All right. So I totally agree with you, Jason. So thank you so much again for bringing all together this amazing and wonderful information of this event. So today's presentation was indeed a day full of learnings and a lifetime knowledge that can help nurture and nourish the world of research and also to promote best practices that can help in the growth of the hospitality and tourism industry and to be resilient amidst any crisis. Roy?
Thank you, Angelica. So before we come to an end, we are calling all future patriots. Philippine Women's University is open to all students applicants, regardless of religion, race, or gender. Every applicant is considered individually in a holistic assessment. Using all the information available to us, you are capable of achieving what you want.
Yes, Roy. So here at PWU, we ignite the passion within you. Pre-registration for the first trimester school year 2021-2022 is now ongoing. For immediate assistance, kindly send an email at admissions@pwu.edu.ph or you may call 63956-889-8488 or 63956 675-4232 for Globe subscribers and 63928-339-5341 for Smart subscribers. You may also want to visit our official website, pwu.edu.ph. Again, thank you.
Yes, Angelica, I totally agree with you. I can say I am proud to be a patriot. So again, your thoughts and suggestions are highly significant to the organizer. Please make sure to answer the web conference evaluation form, which will be given and posted before we end the web conference. You will receive your e-certificate of attendance in the form of a link, a QR code, or via email. Again, thank you so much.
In addition to what Roy mentioned, we would like to inform all the registrants and participants that the earliest date that our team can send you the e-certificate of participation will be on June 1, 2021, and the latest will be on June 2, 2021. You may also send us an email or message if you are unable to receive your e-certificates. Thank you. So as we come to an end, to provide us with an end message, let us hear it from our conference co-chair, Maria Luela Lopez. So everyone, let us all give her a warm virtual applause.
Thank you, Angelica. It is surreal to think that the day one of our international virtual conference has come to an end. My thoughts immediately went back to the beginning of April when Dean Prime first brought the idea of holding a two-day virtual research conference for the classes of Events Management and International Tourism and Hospitality Management under him. We were full of hesitations, to be honest, anxiety, and uncertainty. But here we are now at the end of day one. On behalf of all the student organizers in my class, I would like to thank our PWU officials for your time and support, our President Marco Alfredo Benitez, Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Felina Yang, Dr. Leonardo Munalim, our Dean and Director for Research and Development, the PWU Media Center for the technical support, the faculty of the School of Hospitality and Management for joining us today, and of course, our beloved Dean, Dean Prime. Importantly, we thank our esteemed keynote and panel speakers, who we are ever grateful for their time, considering we have invited them from different time zones. Thank you, Dr. Noel Scott from Australia, Mr. Patrick Daya from Malaysia, Chef Ella Fergani from Georgia, and Mr. Victor Jeton from Switzerland, and of course, our very own Dr. Alvin Nuki representing the Philippines. We also want to thank our sponsors and partners who have contributed and supported our event. A heartfelt thank also to all the participants and participating schools. I'm sure that the amount of learning and knowledge we have encountered today is overwhelming. Thank you all for joining us. These events are only successful if all of us have some significant takeaway from one or all of the speakers, which I'm very sure we all did. And lastly, please, a reminder to turn in your evaluation forms for you to receive your e-certificates. And please don't forget that we still have day 2 next Saturday, June 5th, wherein we will be having various research theses and dissertations presented to us by select PWU alumni. So for those who have yet to complete their master and doctorate degrees, like myself, be sure to join us again next Saturday. Needless to say, we might be getting tips and pointers on how to properly and excellently prepare our own future theses and dissertations. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining us, and see you again next Saturday. Please stand by for the PWU hymn. Thank you.